All right. Oh, much better than the other night. All right, well, good morning. Welcome to the 2026 annual business meeting. So I'm going to kick things off and call the meeting to order. So, we can, yeah, no, you can sit, you can grab that chair for now. Whatever chair. We're flexible here. So to kick things off, we have a special guest today, and I'll let him introduce himself, and we will go from there. So we've got.
Morning, everyone. My name is Thad Tietze, and I am in private practice here at Robbins Kaplan in Sioux Falls, and I also serve as the president of the Second Circuit Bar Association. So the reason I'm up here is to extend a welcome to all of you on behalf of the Second Circuit. For all of you who does not live or practice in the Second Circuit that's in the room right now, it's traveled here today. Thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have all of you here. And whether you've been at some of the bar events all week or none of them, and you just came to the business meeting, thank you for being at the business meeting. This is where we do the work of being a bar association. At least for me, when I come to the annual bar convention, I look forward to it. I look forward to seeing, friends old and new, friends from law school, intergenerational friendships, sharing a laugh or a story or a smile with opposing counsel in another case. I look forward to it every year. But I also come away from it, with some things that I can do in my own life, my own practice, my own firm. And so I think that would be a challenge to all of us today as we sit here and take part in the business meeting and participate. Think about folks who aren't here that we can encourage and invite to be part of the bar convention next year, to take advantage of all of this, to kindle these relationships. But on behalf of the Second Circuit, thank you for being here this morning. It means a lot to us to be together as a bar association, both local and across the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thad, for that introduction. I guess I also get to welcome the first-time attendees, so welcome. I think in terms of conventions, this has been a very good one. It's been planned. There's been a lot of effort put in across the board. Just wanted to, let the membership know last night at the Mixer, 2 nights ago, we had, an act of generosity from Al Arndt, and he had written a check for $100,000. And that's a big deal. And in terms of giving, there's two ways you can give. One, it's kind of maybe the Rotary style where you write the check. The other way of giving is along the lines of giving your time, giving your talents, and giving your services. So just wanted to let the membership know here that last night we did recognize Tamara Nash for her efforts because she's gone above and beyond. And I think it's important to recognize those efforts going forward as well, because again, there's different levels of giving, different styles of giving, and different people have the ability to give in different ways. So I wanted to kick that off, and then also in terms of recognition as well, in terms of being efficient and mindful of everybody's time, I wanted to give a thank you at the outset to bar staff today. They've put in a lot of effort these last 2 days. It's been just machine-like. I mean, if there's questions, if there's hiccups, it's been smooth sailing, and Tracy and Brooklyn and Taylin have just answered the call time and again. So in order to be mindful of Taylin and Brooklyn's time, just wanted to give them a shout out now and thank them for their efforts, and also thank them for their service across the year, because there's been a lot of initiatives, which we'll talk about later, that could not be accomplished without their efforts. So let's give them a round of applause. And with that, I will turn the floor over to Jeremy Hill, who will deliver the Secretary-Treasurer's report. We're going to try to be mindful of everybody's time and approach things in an efficient and quick, effective manner. So.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Hill, and I'm a bar commissioner and on the Audit and Finance Committee. So I was kind of voluntold to help you with the financials today and walk you through that. So the first thing that we're going to go over is the state of the state bar balance sheet. If you look, it's pretty different from 2025. The main reason for that is we are using a sweep account. This was a recommendation from our accounting firm that we use, and it was just a fantastic recommendation because now this is in a high interest account, and we were able to make about $50,000 in passive income. So that's fantastic, and we've gone from 1.7 to 1.75 million in the balance sheet. So that's wonderful. And then the next one, who's clicking? The next one would be the South Dakota CLE Inc. And you can see a similar setup there. We've been able to go from 1.1 to 1.6 million, which again is fantastic because we are able to take advantage of that interest. And then also for CLE, we just don't have the expenses that we do for the state bar, so you can see that that has grown quite a bit. And then what you really care about would be, when do we increase bar dues? So the last increase was in 2022. And when we ran a recent analysis, it's looking like we will have to increase in about 2030. Now, that is assuming some things, right? That's assuming that we keep our income the same. And that means that members going out are the same as members going in. The other assumption is that we would have salary increases of kind of a traditional 3% because we'd have inflation of about 2.5%. We know it's been more than that, but that's kind of the traditional trajectory, and we hope to get back to that soon. So these are the assumptions. It will really depend on the expenses, which bar commissioners will have control of, voting on, and then your income, which we really don't have a lot of control over. So we're going to keep trying to get new members, and we've done some really great things. Tracy's helped us get USD law students on the website. We're trying to do a lot of, reaching out and getting students early. And then there's a little image. If you would, there you go, you're fine. If you just want to see what that looks like, essentially we're looking at what is our income and then comparing our surplus to our expenses. And you can see 2030 is about when we are starting to go in the red and we'll need to ask for a dues increase. And I'll turn it over here to the next person.
All right, well, thank you, Jeremy. Good information, nice and efficient, effective, so we'll continue down the road, and now we've got Jerry McCabe to present the audit report.
Thank you, John, and good morning. Couldn't think of a better way to spend Friday morning. So I'll be as brief as I can. ELO CPAs and advisors conducted an independent audit. I believe they did the same last year. Of the combined financial statements and other related financial documents of the State Bar, CLE Inc., and Access to Justice Inc. Those are the three orgs that comprise the State Bar financially. Based on the audit, ELO expressed the opinion that the financial statements presented fairly in all material respects the financial position of the State Bar, ST Continuing Education Inc., and Access to Justice Inc. as of July 31st, 2025 and 2024. And the changes to their net assets and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles in the United States. Do we need a motion? I've got a request for a motion, so I just would respectfully request a motion and a second that the financial report and audit be accepted as presented. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second? All right, right, we've got a second by Julie Johnson. So is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? All opposed? All right, hearing none, motion passes, so the audit report is approved. Okay, moving on. So we've got our partner reports now. And first off, we have the State Bar Foundation with Mr. Bill Gary. Well, we've got Lisa Marso.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending. I'm here on behalf of the State Bar Foundation. I have been elected as the president for the next year. Mr. Gary, past president, we thank him for his service, for all he's done over these years. He was not able to be here today. The foundation is excited to welcome our newest Bar Foundation member. He was elected on Wednesday. Paul Kramer will be joining us as a board member. In terms of where we are, we have a nice pie chart up there that tells you we were able to provide this year grant requests to Access for Justice, Ask a Lawyer, the Rural Practice Internship, Destination Dakota Legal Careers, the South Dakota Public Broadcasting for the State House coverage. In addition, the South Dakota Teen Court Works Project, South Dakota Watch Lost in Court Training, the FAST cases that will allow everybody in our bar to be able to have access to that free legal service, and the USD Law PIN organization. So we're excited that we were able to make about $271 worth of grant requests this year. In terms of our financials, the income that came in from donations this year, we are very excited, and we were able to present that award to Al Arndt for the $100,000 donation that was made this year. Otherwise, it was $42,000 from our bar membership, and I think we can do better, right? So next year, we're really going to, while we're certainly blessed with money that is being held in our assets, we can do better. This bar organization, this foundation, supports a lot of great organizations. I think we as bar members, we're going to be hitting people up. We certainly have the different fellow levels, but we would ask you to keep in mind when you're doing your planned giving, the foundation and all the good it can do. So look for a little more activity next year in terms of hitting you up as you're thinking through your different donations next year. And we do thank you for your contributions. We thank you for the support of the foundation and all the work that we're able to do. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Lisa. Just pivoting back really quick, talked to Justin, and that's why we have the parliamentarian. He suggested, gotta give credit where credit is due. He suggested that for the Secretary-Treasurer's report, we entertain a motion to approve that as well. So in terms of approving the report as presented by Jeremy, is there a motion to? Okay, we've got Tyler with the second. So all in favor? Or, well, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? All opposed? All right, sticking with the formalities, so no more pivots back at this point. So, okay, next up, we've got our partner report from the South Dakota Community Foundation with Jeff Veltkamp.
Might just be easier to hold it. Good morning. My name is Jeff Veltkamp, South Dakota Community Foundation. I'm the Director of Development there. And I know how these meetings go, and to keep my rambling to a minimum, I am going to read my notes, so I apologize for that. I normally don't like to do that, but I don't want to get booed off the stage either. So many of you in this room are the reason for our success, and I would like to take just a moment to recognize our Key Club members. Our Key Club is comprised of advisors who inspire their clients to explore charitable opportunities by partnering with the Community Foundation. If you are a Key Club member, would you please stand and let us recognize you? I think there's a couple of you out there. Thank you. Now, to the rest of you that are sitting out there and wondering what the heck is this Key Club thing, and you're also saying, I've recommended clients that have set up funds at the Community Foundation, come find me afterwards. We'd love to formally induct you into our Key Club. At the Community Foundation, we're focused on serving our fund holders the best we can. That's why you'll find our dedicated staff all throughout the state of South Dakota. We have staff located not only at our home office in Pierre, but also in Rapid City, Aberdeen, Mitchell, and right here in Sioux Falls. We purposefully placed our team throughout the state so we can be as responsive as possible to our clients and investors. Every day at the Community Foundation, we work to simplify the philanthropic process and make your charitable donations do more. On one hand, we help our donors take advantage of tax benefits, we manage their paperwork, we stay on top of philanthropic trends and legal details, and on the other hand, we focus on growing those dollars through careful investment. So their donations, your clients' donations, can provide a long-term support for charitable causes. Since being established in 1987, the South Dakota Community Foundation has grown. And now if you're doing some quick math, yes, we will be celebrating our 40th anniversary next year. Today, we now have 1,300, actually over 1,300 active funds with assets totaling more than $1.4 billion. Last year alone, we granted out $40 million to charitable causes, all while maintaining an industry-low fee structure and expense ratio. Within those numbers and taking advantage of that economies of scale is the South Dakota Bar Foundation Fund. Your fund, which was established in 2004, now has net assets over $3.8 million. That includes contributions over that time frame of over $2 million, investment growth of more than $1.4 million, and from that fund you have distributed and granted out to charitable causes $275,000, and I know that there is more to come. Additionally, your Rural Lawyer Recruitment Fund, which was established in 2015 to benefit rural lawyer recruitment project of the South Dakota Bar Foundation, through that fund you have distributed for those efforts more than $183,000. Quite an impact. The South Dakota Community Foundation is honored to be your philanthropic partner. We look forward to growing your charitable impact through endowment building and increased grant distribution efforts for causes that you guys care about. If any of you have further questions about the South Dakota Bar Fund or the South Dakota Community Foundation, or if you have clients that you think need to have a conversation about charitable things, please come see me afterwards. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. We're continuing to cruise on, so next up we have Denise Langley for Access to Justice.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Denise Langley, and I am the coordinator of the Access to Justice program. For those of you that don't know, Access to Justice, or A2J, is a civil legal aid program created by the State Bar of South Dakota in 2005. The program provides pro bono and reduced rate legal assistance to low-income individuals in South Dakota by matching them with South Dakota attorney volunteers. The A2J program also prioritizes cases involving veterans, senior citizens, individuals with a disability, and victims of domestic violence. This past year, 124 direct service cases were handled through the Access to Justice program, and the South Dakota attorneys that volunteered for these cases provided over $150,000 in legal assistance to their clients. A2J also administers the South Dakota Free Legal Answers website, which is a joint project through the American Bar Association and the State Bar of South Dakota. This website allows users that are under 250% of the federal poverty guidelines to post civil legal questions that can be answered by licensed South Dakota attorney volunteers. The number of questions posted on the website has continued to grow each year since the website's launch in 2017. And this past year, South Dakota attorney volunteers answered over 300 civil legal questions on the website. Moving on to Access to Justice funding news, the A2J program is grateful for the financial support that it receives from its grantors and sponsorship donors. Currently, the A2J program continues to utilize existing grant funds from the Commission on Equal Access to the Courts to maintain a part-time staff position, for technology upgrades, training, Judicare case funding, and for general program support. In addition, the program receives funding support from both the Bar Foundation and the State Bar of South Dakota. I'd also like to take this opportunity to once again thank Bob Morris of the Morris Law Firm, the Honorable Mike Day, and the Lynn Jackson Schultz and LeBron Law Firm for their sponsorship donations for the 2026 Bill Day Law Student Award. But most importantly, I want to thank all of the attorney legal superheroes who volunteer through the Access to Justice and South Dakota Free Legal Answers programs. These attorney volunteers are directly responsible for the success of both programs. To the attorney volunteers that are in the audience today, thank you. You truly are legal superheroes. And finally, for those of you who have not yet volunteered through the programs, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm more than happy to talk to you about both programs and how you too can become a legal superhero.
All right, thank you, Denise. Continuing our pace, so this is a good one. So next up, we have Dean Neil Fulton to present the USD Knutson School of Law report.
Thank you, John. When I thought about reporting this year, my mind was drawn to history. A lot this last year, my mind has been drawn to history, both my mind and my reading list, and that's not surprising given that it is our 125th anniversary of the school's founding in 1901. Over the course of the last year, the cycle of human events, the inspiration of figures from the past, and the present echoes of analogous events from yesterday have often and profitably occupied my mind. A milestone anniversary draws our minds back, but it also casts them forward to the prospect of our future that will become the past for future generations. I've been drawn to think a lot about what a vibrant and sustainable profession will look like for generations of lawyers that will come after us. Just as our vision of the past is blurred by the incompleteness of the historic record and differences in perspectives and values among generations, our vision of the future is limited to speculation and hope at best. But at the hinge of the past and the future is the present. The present where we stand and where we work together, informed by the lessons of history and hopeful about the opportunities of the future to build our profession and the next 125 years of this state's law school. Lessons and opportunities abound here in the present, and a few merit our attention this morning. Recruiting and investing in the next generation of lawyers remains as crucial today as it was when the first 4 students enrolled in the law school in 1901. When Arthur Sponholtz became our first graduate in 1902, when we hit once unimaginable enrollment benchmarks of 10 students in 1904, 20 in 1909, 40 in 1948, and more than 80 in 1984. Dean Sterling and Dean McCusick would be agog at the prospect of 96 highly qualified students anticipated to arrive in August for orientation as members of the class of 2029. Exciting as that is, the lesson of history is that the tides of enrollment ebb and flow. While we continue to ride the national wave of increased enrollment, the demographic cliff has already forced that wave to break among undergraduate institutions. Nationwide, college enrollments declined this year, will continue to decline for more than a decade, and those declines are imposing havoc on higher education. Universities are cutting and closing. Programs are shrinking and dying. Students are disappearing and choosing different paths. These trends will impact the law school in coming years. We must learn the lesson of history that investment in law school enrollment is a necessary investment in the future of our profession, our state, and our world. We must invest our time to recruit our successors into the profession through work with Destination Dakota Legal Careers. We must invest our talent by teaching and mentoring students as adjunct professors, intern hosts, and other engagements at the law school. You can always come home. We must invest our treasure through the 1901 Fund and other scholarship funds. Remember the history of the mid-2010s when the trend of declining enrollment, student credentials, and bar passage was changed only through the significant investment of scholarship dollars and additional state funding. Likewise, building a curriculum that prepares ethical and effective lawyers for a broad variety of employment in a rapidly evolving world remains as crucial as when our first students gathered in the rooms of USD's West Hall for classes. Curricular evolution has continued throughout the law school's history with the introduction of elective courses, new subjects like the Uniform Commercial Code. It was once entirely new. Consistent dialogue with the profession to find ways to prepare new lawyers with partnerships like the Law Practice Drafting class and the Trial Academy. We continue to build our curriculum with eyes consistently trained on what makes a new lawyer well prepared. We have integrated our first-year skills classes of legal writing, legal research, and foundations of legal profession out of recognition that no lawyer can see those things as disconnected. We introduced research and drafting capacities of generative AI in the first year with the recognitions of its risks, rewards, and reality for the profession. For the incoming 1L class, we have adopted a required professional responsibility lab that will introduce students to vital elements of practice like timekeeping, billing, client communication, drafting, and lawyer well-being through their connection with the rules of professional conduct. In the face of the troubling decline in writing skills and experience among incoming students, we have added more classes focusing on writing skills, including a class focused on strengthening foundational technical skills taught by Jeremy Hill, and a class with Professor Gary on mastering the craft of writing and editing. Not much seems more like inside baseball than curriculum development, but it requires input from the entire profession. Feedback from the law school committee, from all of you who employ our students, and national initiatives like the ongoing study and recommendations about legal education from Chief Justice Jensen and his colleagues across the country provide invaluable guidance on the innovations necessary to our present and the future ahead. The physical history of the law school has been dynamic since 1901 too. The first classes met in the YMCA room of West Hall. Legal education migrated to the College of Law on the southeast end of campus in 1909, declared then to be the most ornate building on campus. That ornate structure gave way to the new law school building in 1981. Not so new anymore, we are wrapping up a multi-year renovation of the law school. Classrooms have been updated and 2 added, the administrative suite entirely restructured and technology integrated throughout. We're proud of our home. So please come visit the old and new tomorrow during our champagne brunch and tours starting at 9:30 a.m. A final prominent element of the history of the law school is public service. For generations, our alumni have stepped forward into public service roles to meet South Dakota's need. Most recently, 9 of our newest alumni have participated in the inaugural cohort of the Public Service Pathway Pilot Program. Each of them completed a full semester of placement in a public service office, a successful completion of their portfolio evaluated for minimum competence by the Board of Bar Examiners. They have all either begun their 2 years of obligatory public service or deferred that duty in favor of a judicial clerkship. 8 members of the class of 2027 are following these trailblazers. We're grateful to these students, to their host entities, to the Supreme Court, the Board of Bar Examiners for pursuing an innovative means to incentivize and invest in public service while still protecting the public through a rigorous and reliable measure of competence. In future years, we will look to expand the 2-year service commitment to rural practice areas. This continues the long history of the law school working with the South Dakota Bench and Bar to meet the legal needs of South Dakota in innovative ways. Looking back on 125 years of the history of the law school, I remain as struck today as I was on my first day as dean by the continuity of our community of excellence, service, and leadership. Over the decades, we have faced a variety of challenges and opportunities, but met them consistently guided by these values, acting together as a community, driven by a pursuit of excellence, humbly committed to service, and courageously accepting leadership. Much changes, but these values endure. Or as the author Virginia Woolf is said to have said, we sing the old songs, but in slightly different keys. Colleagues, friends, we stand today in the liminal space of the present. We stand after history and before the future, possessed only of the present and our actions in the present moment. The history of the first 125 years of the law school was authored by those with the vision and courage to embrace their present. The next 125 years will be authored by our choice or failure to do the same. I'm confident in your choices. Our history is inspiring, our future is bright because of what we choose to do together today. Thank you for all you do for your profession, for the state's law school, and for being a lawyer.
All right, thank you, Dean Fulton. Always appreciate the USD update. In relation to this particular bar convention, I do have to notice that, or recognize the number of law students who've come out and the number of law students who are here today. So it's always appreciated when law students can come and get involved and be active within the bar. So thank you for being here. And next up, we have the judicial reports, starting with the Unified Judicial System with Chief Justice Stephen R. Jensen.
Good morning. This morning at a committee meeting, I was going to ask Dean Fulton if I could give his report. I sat down and the lawyer next to me called me Dean, and then he corrected himself and said Chief, but I won't try to be Dean for the day. Let me give you the report for the UJS for this past year. This year, we had 202,000 cases filed in the state courts in South Dakota. Approximately 140,000 of those cases were criminal. 63,000 cases were civil. There were 181 jury trials, 2,700 court trials. Those trial numbers have stayed pretty steady the last 5 years. During COVID, we had a dip. They've come back, and they've been right in that range for the last 3-4 years. For judicial staffing, Justice Robert Kaczynski joined the Supreme Court last December after Justice Janine Kern retired. Justice Kern modeled a career of true public service as she served as a prosecutor, circuit court judge, and a justice for over 41 years before her retirement. Her imprint and impact on the judiciary, the Supreme Court, and the South Dakota Bar will long be remembered and is much appreciated. Justice Kaczynski has been a wonderful addition to the court. His intelligence, collegiality, common sense, and efficiency has already impacted the court positively. We've had 3 new circuit judges appointed in the past year, including Judge Ann Hoffman in the Second Circuit, who replaced Judge Doug Hoffman, no relation. Judge Chad Callahan, who was a magistrate judge in the Fourth and was recently replaced Judge Mike Day, who retired in June as a circuit judge in the Fourth Circuit. And just yesterday, Governor Roden announced the appointment of Cassidy Stolle from Rapid City as the new Seventh Circuit judge to replace Justice Kaczynski. Additionally, Amber Whittington was appointed as a magistrate judge in the Second Circuit in January this year. 2 remaining appointments are open. 2 remaining spots are open. 1 magistrate judge position in the Fourth, as well as a circuit judge position in the Fourth Circuit. Our judges and court staff continue to be a strength of the court system in South Dakota. We are fortunate to have judges and court staff in the system who are hardworking, conscientious, and understand the importance of serving the public, litigants, and the attorneys with excellence. One of the challenges we continue to face in the court system is retaining employees due to salary competition from private sector and even cities and counties. Years ago, the state paid as well as any public employer in the state. That's no longer the case, and often we find clerks, after we have clerks for a couple of years, moving to a county position or a city position where they may earn $2 to $3 more per hour than what we're able to pay. That will be one of the focuses for the UJS this next legislative session, is to work on salaries for our court staff who do a wonderful job. Probation and treatment courts continue to operate in our court system. One of the numbers I want to highlight is this past fall, we looked and we expanded our recidivism numbers for treatment courts to go out 5 years from the date. Every person who starts drug court, we look out 5 years, whether they completed the program or whether they failed the program at some point in time. And 73% of those people, after 5 years, have not had another felony offense. And for those of you that work in the criminal justice system in South Dakota, you know that that's a tremendous result, and we're very pleased to see those kind of numbers, recidivism numbers. Let me talk about a couple of projects that we're working on. For the last several years, we've spent time working on court security. And if you go to the courthouses around the state and if you practice there in different counties, there is a tremendous difference in security, for instance, between Minnehaha County and Bennett County. In a number of our counties, we have full-time staff from the county that the staff provides security throughout the day. They wand everyone that comes in, or they go through the metal detector. Other places, the day that the court is held, the sheriff says, well, let me see if I can get a deputy over there if we have time. And so security has become more and more crucial as we look at some of the people that are coming into the court system that are disgruntled, that are angry, particularly clerks' offices. We sometimes have places where we hold court once a week, but the clerks are there every day. And they see the people that come in. They face those individuals. Court services officers are often in the same position in rural counties. And so we've worked extremely hard over the last several years to complete a number of courthouse site assessments to assess them for security, identify security gaps, physical security needs in courtrooms, clerks' offices, and public areas. Using these assessments, as well as the funding we've received from the legislature, we've been able to provide grant funding to pay the cost for security improvements, and particularly at a number of rural courthouses, to provide 70% of the funding for the cost of those improvements. To date, we provided 64 grants to 39 different courthouses. And we're pleased that this past year, the legislature appropriated an additional $1.5 million for that fund so we can continue to improve courthouse security throughout the state of South Dakota. We've used these funds for some significant physical renovations. For instance, there are locations where there's no separation between the judges and court staff in between court. We've been able to provide some physical renovations to remedy that. In addition to that, we've improved security doors, locks, cameras, panic buttons, interior and exterior lighting, and those have been really crucial in some areas. Justice Patty Devaney is the chair of that committee and oversees that work. Second project I want to talk about is the recent UJS State Bar AI group that we put in place, met for the first time last month. As we all know, generative AI has already brought about changes to the legal profession and is likely to significantly impact the profession in the future. We think there's potential to improve access to the courts, enhance efficiency, but there are also challenges as it redefines roles of the legal professions and creates ethical challenges and considerations that lawyers and judges both must be cognizant of. So some of the work of this committee will include things such as looking at rules. Do we have sufficient rules in this state to as we consider AI and the work that may be done through AI, but also to look at how do we want to use AI? What are some of the recommended uses? What are some of the ways and things that we can use AI positively and harness that? As most of you know, companies that are involved in the AI area, they're only thinking about expansion. They're not always thinking about is this going to be used by good people in a good way? And so that committee will continue, and I anticipate that'll be an ongoing effort for that committee. Justice Robert Kaczynski will chair that committee. We have several bar members in addition to judges and court staff who are on that committee. Bar admission. Next summer, July of 2027, we will offer the Next Gen bar exam for the first time. 6 jurisdictions across the country are offering Next Gen this July. I would call them, they're kind of the guinea pigs, and we'll see how that turns out. NCBE has done a lot of work to create cut scores and recommend those for states. We're going to look and see how things go this first round, and we think we'll be in a good position to put in rules in place after the first of the year and also establish a cut score that we think makes sense for new admittees in South Dakota. Dean Fulton mentioned the Public Service Pathways Program, and so I'm not going to talk about those numbers. I'll skip over that, but let me just give you a couple of quotes that we received from supervisors as well as from law students that went through the program. I'll just read parts of these. This is from one of the prosecutor's officers that supervised 2 pathway students. From the outset, they were not observers. They were treated as future prosecutors and given meaningful responsibility. They handled preliminary hearings, bond court, daily dockets, complex legal research. They assisted with charging decisions and directly impacted victims, defendants, and community safety. Most notably, both were integral members of trial teams in 2 separate homicide prosecutions, one delivering the opening statement in our highest profile homicide trial of the year. Both examined witnesses and contributed to strategies, and we won both cases. Another attorney supervisor said that the public service practicum gives law students meaningful, client-centered experience beyond the classroom. The students work with real clients, real cases, gaining hands-on exposure to day-to-day realities of practice, client communication, case strategy, drafting, and advocacy. And from a couple of students, I watched myself transform from an insecure, nervous law student into a strong, confident advocate. Another student, when I began Pathways program, I had no prior courtroom experience. Each day in the office brought new challenges, and with each challenge, my confidence grew. The highlight of my placement was the mentorship and access I had to attorneys in my office. They included me in every aspect of their work and allowed me to participate meaningfully. I'll read one more student. I was challenged not only in substantive areas of law, but also in professionalism and decision-making. I learned what it means to be a prosecutor. So these are just a few of the quotes, and all of the students and all of the supervisors put together wrote out their experiences for the year. When we started this program as a court, and we put this program in place, we really had 3 goals. One is that we provide as good, if not a better, determination of competency than the bar exam. Number 2, that lawyers coming into the profession are more practice ready. And number 3, that we create a culture of public service. And we're starting to see the fruition of those goals already in this first year. And we'll continue to watch this as a 5-year pilot continues. And we're also excited about the opportunity to perhaps expand this into rural practice and strengthen that area as well. Another area I want to talk about we've been working on is case processing standards. We're looking at that both at the Supreme Court level and the circuit level. These efforts are really designed to set measurable goals for timely resolution of criminal and civil cases by establishing more defined standards for courts to resolve cases. We believe these efforts will establish more public trust and confidence in the courts by providing a more prompt resolution of cases in general. Some of you may remember a few years back, there was I think it was a front page article in the Argus Leader, a habeas case that had sat around for 7-8 years. Nobody's fault, it was just the system wasn't working as it should. And this is one of the ways we're going to try to resolve some of those issues. I will tell you the Supreme Court's taken the first step on this, and we've intentionally made an effort over the past 2 years and worked very intentionally to improve our case processing efficiency. If you read and observe our opinions, you should have already noticed. For the court's term that started this last August, we've resolved 146 cases, and the few remaining cases we have left will all be released, we think, in the next 10 days. And what I would tell you is this will be the first time ever that I'm aware of in the history of the Supreme Court that we've completed all of our term cases before starting the term year in August. So we're very pleased with the work we've accomplished there, and we think we can continue to improve and continue to carry that into future years. Indigent defense, again, we've really established, I think, a really strong appellate office. It's fully staffed. The Indigent Defense Commission oversees that office. Dean Fulton is the chair of that commission, and I know there are a number of bar members that are also involved in the commission. We're going to continue to work both with the legislature over the next few years to obtain additional funding for indigent defense in the trial courts, and we're making some good headway. There are definitely legislators that are extremely interested in this. This is not a one-year project. This is going to be a multi-year project as we try to really improve both funding, but also the availability of lawyers, experienced lawyers, to be able to try serious felony cases across the state. I want to thank Dean Neil Fulton and the other members of the commission for their work to improve the availability of funding for indigent defense in South Dakota. My last project, and I'm actually going to not say much about this because I know Judge John Song is going to come up, who chairs the Civil Access Justice Commission, and they've done a lot of great work this year. They've got some projects, some pilots they're looking at putting in place, and so I'll let him talk about that. But I want to, as I close, I want to express my gratitude to the judges and the court staff for their service to the citizens of South Dakota. They ensure access, fairness, and justice for everyone across the state. The cases and tasks set before judges and court staff are often difficult and grueling, but they are committed to doing this work every day in our courthouses and ensure that justice is done across this state. I also want to thank the State Bar and the lawyers in South Dakota for their work to continually improve the profession and for the advocacy work that you do in front of the courts that make our decisions better. And as you provide excellent advocacy, it gives us the opportunity to provide excellent decisions. So thank you for your work as well.
Thank you, Chief Justice Jensen. Next up, we almost had the announcement beforehand, so I didn't know if I'd have to stand up, but we have Access to Courts Commission, and Judge John Song is going to present now.
It's another great day to be a lawyer. Thank you for this opportunity to present, and I promise I will be done in time for you to help those crazy Norwegians row that boat as they take on France this afternoon in football. Of course, there are many people who cannot afford to hire an attorney, and being pro se can be intimidating and confusing. And so the Commission on Access to the Courts was established by Chief Justice Jensen with the goal of working collaboratively across the judicial system to advance efforts to provide equal access to the court and inspire a high level of trust and confidence in South Dakota court system. There are 11 members of the Commission, along with administrative help from the UJS. The members include representatives from legal aid offices, attorneys, judges, from the law school, clerk of courts, and UJS staff members, Paige Underberg and Carrie Sertska. The first thing we did was work with a consultant from the National Center for State Courts who helped us better understand the resources currently available to us and to talk about and plan for additional services and programs that we might be interested in providing. The past year, the Commission was divided into 3 subcommittees, each subcommittee studying a different aspect. One of those was forms, another one was court navigators, and then also unbundling legal services. And I'll talk a little bit about all of those. Long before the Commission was formed, the UGS had forms on their website to help individuals, but the Commission has taken a look at those, tried to simplify them, make them easier to handle and understand, and one of the things that litigants have had problems with in the past, particularly in family law, is a lot of the pleadings need to be signed or needed to be signed under oath. And a lot of people don't have easy access to a notary. And so our Chief Justice signed into law a new rule that's now codified in 18-7-4 that allows a party to use an unsworn declaration that has the same effect as a notary. And I invite you practicing attorneys to take a look at that because it could save you some time and efforts as you're trying to collect declarations from your particular clients. I would say that I would recommend or ask that you go to the UJS website, click on the self-help tab and see the different forms that are available to the public that also include checklists of what are required. Those forms include divorce forms with or without children, child custody forms, eviction forms, we have motion forms, mediation, name change, protection orders, small claims, number of other forms. All there available for pro se use and may be helpful to practicing attorneys. Also, on these forms, Paige Underberg has been working very hard to try and set them up and has completed about half of them in what I would call something similar to TurboTax, if you are familiar with that, where you answer a series of questions at the start, and then TurboTax includes that information into the necessary forms and prints those, and you can print those out. Paige has been working on making that work with the UGS forms. At the beginning, you fill in a bunch of information about yourself and what the situation is and all of that, then it automatically inserts that information into the necessary forms and tells you what forms you need. Paige has done a tremendous amount of work on that, and it's all very much appreciated. So take a look at that, play with that a little bit, and it may even be helpful to you in your practice. Second thing that we're looking at is what we call court navigators and self-help centers. That would be a self-help center in a courthouse. It would have, for instance, a computer, would have a printer, and hopefully somebody there to help guide people on how to use those. Those would be the navigators. They would not be attorneys, they would not give legal advice, but they could help someone understand how to access the forms, what forms they need, how to complete them, if they need to schedule a hearing, how to do that, to go to the clerk of courts and help navigate these individuals through this particular process. There are a lot more questions than answers on that, but we hope to do a pilot program of that this year. We have to work through who will be the individuals helping these people. Will they be paid? Will they be volunteer? What type of training will we require? All of that, but that's a pilot program that we hope to implement this year. And then finally, we look at the issue of unbundling legal services. Now, unbundling or limited scope representation is an alternative to the traditional full service representation. Right now, oftentimes attorneys feel that they have to be completely in or out of a case. They take the case that they start and they have to work that case all the way through the end. Unbundling would allow you to do kind of an a la carte type of legal services, where maybe you're able to step in and help that person with an immediate need and not feel like you have to be in the case for the entire time. And so that would require some rule changes to our rules of professional ethics, would require some statutory changes, but would allow, again, to provide limited services to someone on that. Also looking at possibly expanding what type of services paralegals with the legal aid offices can provide, including maybe appearances in court on limited issues. So we've been working hard. I want to thank the Chief Justice for all of his support. I want to thank the commission members for all of the work that they've done, particularly Paige and Carrie with the UGS staff. They have done a ton of work that's very much appreciated. And thank you to all of you for everything that you do to provide access to justice. So in closing, I want to leave you with these words of wisdom. You know, money does not buy happiness. Scientists have proved that people with $10 million are no happier than people with $9 million. Go be great.
All right. Thank you, Judge Sung. Next up in the lineup, we have the Federal Courts Report with Judge Roberto A. Lang.
Good morning, everyone. As I prepared my remarks this year, it occurred to me that a year can make quite a difference. A year ago at this business meeting, we all elected Mark Hague as the president-elect of the State Bar Organization. I thank John Burke, I won't say old, my longtime friend, for stepping in to fill the absence that we unfortunately created by hiring Mark Hague as a magistrate judge in the Western Division of the District of South Dakota. That's the biggest personnel change that has been made this year in the federal court system in South Dakota. Magistrate Judge Donetta Woolman chose to retire, and we hired the best available candidate. Apologies to the State Bar, but now you have John Burke as president a year earlier than you would have otherwise. A year makes quite a difference, at least this year, in terms of funding of the federal judiciary. When I was here a year ago, I announced that all CJA panel counsel, Criminal Justice Act panel counsel, those appointed by the federal court to represent criminal defendants, had better get their vouchers in rapidly because we were going to have suspension of funding and would be unable to pay those attorneys. And indeed, that occurred and extended for a number of months. We were, when I spoke with you last year, on the third year of continuing resolutions without any budget for the federal judiciary, and part of the federal judiciary's budget goes to funding the federal defender organizations and CJA panel counsel. Well, the good news is, about 6 months ago, Congress did enact a budget that was favorable to the federal judiciary, and there are CJA funds available. Our fiscal year, the federal fiscal year, runs through September 30 of each year, and we would encourage those attorneys who have CJA appointments to consider submitting an interim voucher for payment prior to September 30. Now, that's not to say that there's going to be another suspension in payment. We don't expect that. The coming fiscal year is an election year, so we anticipate a continuing resolution with the same funding that we've received previously. But the good news is for you CJA panel counsel, we are not looking on the near horizon for any sort of suspension of payment. We don't anticipate that at all. I would encourage you who are capable of doing criminal defense work and are not on the federal CJA panel to consider applying and joining. The hourly rate presently is $177 per hour, which I think is fair, especially in South Dakota. And we could use more attorneys and indeed younger attorneys in our Western Division, Central Division, Northern Division, and Southern Division CJA panel. Being on the CJA panel does give attorneys an opportunity to get into federal court, to represent clients, and to have an opportunity for trials. In the District of South Dakota, a higher percentage of criminal cases go to trial than nationally. And we don't start, our magistrate judges don't start with a new CJA panel counsel appointing that individual to a homicide case. Typically, there's support that is provided by the Federal Public Defender's Office, and our magistrate judges will start with a kind of a lower level case, maybe an assaulting a federal officer case, or a lower level drug distribution case. So I'd encourage you, if you are capable of doing criminal defense work, to consider joining one of our CJA panels. You do that by contacting the magistrate judge. The magistrate judge in the Western Division is Mark Haig. In the Central and Northern Divisions, Mark Moreno. And in the Southern Division, Veronica Duffy. Because of the favorable budget, we have hired up vacancies that we left open in the Clerk of Court's office and in the probation office. So we are now at a point where we are fully staffed as a federal court system. The District of South Dakota continues to punch above its weight nationally in terms of management. Karen Schreier, although on senior status, remains very active. She's president of the Federal Judges Association. The Federal Judges Association is the closest thing we have to a trade union. Most of the federal judges do belong to the Federal Judges Association. Karen Schreier also is on the Budget Committee of the Administrative Office of U.S. Courts. I, in addition to serving as Chief Judge, am with Karen Schreier on the 8th Circuit Judicial Council. We are the only district in the 8th Circuit that has 2 representatives to that council. The council runs the courts within the 8th Circuit. I've been on that council for 14 years. Karen Schreier's been on that council for longer. I'm actually going to leave the council in the next year, and Eric Schulte will take my place. I will have another year on the Judicial Conference of the United States, which is the governing body of the U.S. courts. Nationally, in addition to budget concerns, the federal judiciary has been focused on judicial security. There are increasing threats to federal judicial officers. We have been focused on AI. You will see in some numbers that I'll go through shortly that our pro se filings have exploded in the District of South Dakota and nationally, and that's largely attributable to the availability of AI to pro se filers. We are also seeking, as a federal judiciary, what's called real property management. Somewhat shockingly, $1 billion that get allocated to the federal judiciary annually is actually just passed through to another government organization called General Services Administration. They are the owner of the real estate that we occupy. They actually own our courthouses. So we're making a push nationally to take over that responsibility. GSA was one of the entities that was utterly gutted in the last year, with over half of its staff leaving. So we've seen declining service from GSA. Now, we do have some numbers. I don't know if you are ready for those. In terms of our statistics, the number of criminal filings in the District of South Dakota has actually declined through 2026. We do not consider this a trend. You can see that the number of filings have been relatively flat through the previous years. You heard that Ann Hoffman, for example, became a state court judge. There were other members of the U.S. Attorney's Office who left after the fork in the road email. The U.S. Attorney's Office is hiring up staff. Ron Parsons was recently confirmed as U.S. Attorney. We have faith in Ron. And so we expect these numbers to rebound. We don't think this reflects some decline in gun crime or drugs. We did have a bit of a surge in immigration cases last calendar year. We have not seen any additional immigration cases over what was normal for us in the past year. We can go forward. The new criminal filings is only part of what we do in terms of criminal cases. In the federal system, parole was abolished in the 1980s. When we sentence a defendant, we impose a term of months or years, followed by supervised release. Supervised release is like parole, a period of time where a defendant has to abide by conditions of release or they're subject to revocation. And we have very high revocation numbers in the District of South Dakota. The District of South Dakota actually has the highest risk profile of any defendants nationally, and that's because of our jurisdiction in the 9 Native American Indian reservations in South Dakota and the violent crime that is indicted for what occurs on reservations. Most federal district courts don't deal with assaults, rapes, homicides. South Dakota, North Dakota, New Mexico, Arizona are unique, Montana, unique in that regard. So that's the reason why we have such high revocation of supervised release numbers. If you go to the next slide, the number of civil case filings is actually up. Annualized through, if you annualize the number, it's going to be 473 or thereabouts in this calendar year, which would be higher than any previous year. And the next slide will indicate why. It is the pro se filings that are driving our civil numbers up. As you can see, that number is through June 15 of 2026, and the pro se filings have already exceeded what they were during 2025. We attribute this largely to AI. And many of these filings are Section 1983 civil rights claims, although some, as you can see, are habeas actions. We can go to the final slide. We continue to try more jury cases in the District of South Dakota on a percentage basis than what is normal in federal courts. You can see the COVID year, there was quite a dip, although we still were having jury trials during the COVID year. The Western Division has given Judge Thieler a bit of a baptism by fire. There are quite a number of jury trials in criminal cases that are occurring in the Western Division. There was a time when the criminal case filings in the Southern Division, Sioux Falls, Central Division, Pierre, and Western Division in Rapid City would be about the same. And during my tenure as a district judge, there have been times where Central Division had the most defendants, Western Division had fewer. There was a time when Southern Division had the most, but at this point, the Western Division is leading the District of South Dakota in both criminal case filings and in jury trials. It's an artificial statistic, but there is a judge in Boston that does an analysis of the most productive district courts nationally. There are 94 district courts. That's the way the federal court system is organized. And the District of South Dakota is usually in the top 10. Last year we were number 1 in his analysis. Again, this is a bit artificial, I confess. It measures time of judges on the bench, number of jury trials per judge in both criminal cases and civil cases, and some other statistics that are favorable to us. If one would look at weighted case average per district judge, we're not going to be in the top 10. but we are a very active district court. I would like to conclude by looking forward. We have a symposium, first time ever, symposium with the University of South Dakota Knudsen School of Law that is coming on September 25. You are all invited to be there. We expect to have announcements in the State Bar newsletter about this. Professor Hannah Haxgard has been working with Judge Eric Schulte and Judge Karen Schreier in putting this together. The District of South Dakota has generated, through its history, some cases that have changed the course of American legal history. In Indian law, in the Commerce Clause, in the roles of the federal government and the state government. And this symposium focuses on those seminal cases in the history of the District of South Dakota and honors some of our senior judges for their service. The symposium will be on September 25. We're using a facility at the University of Sioux Falls. We are also following the symposium with a mixer with all former federal district court, magistrate court, bankruptcy court, Eighth Circuit law clerks. It is a bit of a challenge to put together a list of those who clerked for Judge Nickel, Judge Batty, Judge Bogue, Judge Porter, Judge Jones even, or for other federal judges. So if you are a former federal law clerk and you see the announcement in the State Bar newsletter, please join us afterwards. If you are a member of the State Bar, I would encourage you, if you have the time available, to attend the symposium. I think it will be quite interesting. Also looking forward, this is my final year of being Chief Judge of the District of South Dakota. There is a 7-year term for Chief Judge, so I have exhausted my 7 years come December 31, 2026. Eric Schulte will likely address you next year as Chief Judge of the District of South Dakota, and after that, Tammy Thieler will become Chief Judge of the District of South Dakota. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Judge Lang. Now at this time, we'll pause for about 15 minutes and take a break, and then we'll come back to the fun portion, which is the voting section of the meeting. So we'll see you about 9:35.
Check, check.
Okay, well, we're back on track now. We'll get back to business. The current time's 9:35, so we'll pause, dramatic pause for a couple seconds to let everyone get seated, and then we'll proceed to the fun portion of our meeting. Okay, so the first item we have up is a proposed amendment to the bylaws. So essentially, this relates to SDCL 1617, Article 4, Section 4.4. And sometimes you're your own worst enemy in creating work. One of the things I wanted to do was, as president, have a little bit more direct communication with membership. You want them to weigh in, and you want to know what they're thinking, what their thoughts are, and what's important to them. Because as commissioners, one thing that always stood out to me is you only have a snapshot. You only know that group of people who you interact with, but the bar is much broader than that. We have 2,000 members across the board, and it's always been a struggle about how do you reach them, how do you capture their voice, how do you make things more inclusive. So what I ended up doing earlier this year is just reaching out and thought, well, maybe we just survey the membership and just ask a simple question. What do you think about remote voting? Should it be allowed for? Should it not be allowed for? What are your thoughts? And pretty simple question, yes, no, comment, add your name, add your bar number. That survey resulted in 341 responses. So of those members, 87.1% voted yes, and 12.9% no, or 12.9% voted no. In terms of the responses, it wasn't just a static yes/no response. Out of those 341 responses, 111 decided to take us up and provide some comments, which was really interesting. You always like to have that direct interaction, and it's nice to have that firsthand commentary. So in terms of those comments, I sent out an email a while ago, and I'll just paraphrase it again for the summary of yes comments and the summary of no comments. So in terms of the summary of yes comments, pro-remote voting, members in favor of remote voting frequently cited the need to modernize and increase inclusivity. Key themes included accessibility and fairness. Many feel that since the bar is mandatory, all members should have an equal right to vote, regardless of their ability to travel. This is especially true for those with young children, solo and small practitioners, members with disabilities, and those with conflicting obligations, e.g. military duty. You've got technology. Respondents pointed out that modern technology makes secure and reliable remote voting feasible, and that the bar should adapt to current practices common in other organizations. You've got increased participation. Allowing remote access could lead to a more representative and engaged membership, ensuring that decisions reflect the will of the entire bar, not just those who attend the convention. Several members noted that the important issues like CLE requirements might have had different outcomes with broader participation. Out-of-state members, a number of out-of-state members expressed feeling disenfranchised by the current system and strongly supported the change. Now, in terms of the summary of no comments against remote voting, those who voted against remote voting raised several concerns. Convention attendance, the primary concern was that remote voting would significantly decrease attendance at the business meeting. Informed voting, several members argued that voters should be physically or virtually present to hear the debate and discussion on an issue before casting a vote, the fear being that voting without context would not be meaningful. Logistics and security were raised. Concerns were raised about the logistical feasibility and security of a remote voting system. And then you've got the value of in-person engagement. Some members feel strongly that if an issue is important enough to vote on, it is important enough for the member to attend in person. So after aggregating those survey results and sharing it with membership, the commission discussed this item, and due to the fact that there were 341 members who, had talked about remote voting, they thought it would be appropriate to present it to the membership as a whole and let you weigh in and vote and decide. And we are aware of the irony of, you have to be present to vote on remote voting. So that was kind of a constant theme, but we wanted to present it to the membership here today and just ask, how do you want membership to communicate, and how do you want them to contribute going forward? So in relation to that, what we ended up doing is proposing some bylaws, and these actually mirror the 2022 proposed bylaws that were voted on by the membership at that time. At that time, it was a 50-50 split. We were coming right off of COVID. We probably don't have the familiarity with Teams and Zoom that we have now. Times change. We thought because this is a recurring issue in 2022, the commission did vote unanimously to present it to the membership. Once again, the commission did vote unanimously to present it to the membership. So I guess with that background in place, I guess I'd open up the floor for discussion.
Thanks, John. Jason Sutton. I oppose this change of the bylaws for 3 separate reasons. One, there is a real voter integrity issue you need to keep in mind. Now, I realize we can use credentials and vote through the website, but here's what's going to potentially happen. And I want you to think about this when you vote on this. I'll use my office as an example. We got 23 lawyers, 3, sorry, Matt, are in this room. Now, if there's something I care about, those 3 people in this room are going to talk to 22 other lawyers who are going to vote the way we want to. It's either going to be a secretary or it's going to be someone signing in on their behalf. So you're going to stuff the ballots, know that, with people that aren't necessarily engaged. 2, when people care, they show up. I presented on Rule 8.4, D amendment, highly controversial. There was 150, 200 people in the room in Rapid City. Trust me, I got to stand up there and be the whipping boy. And the room was packed because people care. 3, I would ask this bar to think about whether we want to incentivize people not to come. We got a problem. Last year's a couple years ago, primary theme was professionalism. It's a lot easier to send a nasty email when you've not looked someone face to face. It's a lot easier to be a jerk on a phone call when you haven't sat across a table, shared a cup of coffee or a beer. Part of what I grew up in attending these meetings was to meet the people, to deal with those people. And you know what? When I've spent that time with someone, and I'm a litigator, I'm spending all day, every day fighting. But I can disagree without being disagreeable. And when I have to look that person in the eye another time, it makes it a lot more difficult for me to be disagreeable, for me to send that snotty email. And I'm not saying this is gonna cause or not cause attendance at the annual meeting, but what I'm going to say is this is just an additional step to incentivize us all to sit and live behind our computers. We have young lawyers that do not ever get out of their office. That's a problem. That's a problem for the profession. That's a problem for all of us. And I don't think that this organization should continue to take the steps to incentivize that. So I oppose the amendments to the bylaw. Thank you, John.
All right, thanks, Jason.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Jason. Tony Teasdale, I'm out of Brookings. I feel very passionately about this one. I don't know how many of you know I kind of wear it on my sleeve. A couple of years ago, I had cancer. I wasn't able to be at the bar meeting. I think anybody here who knows me knows that does not change how much I care about this organization, how much I care about other lawyers. I know there's probably people in this room who have felt firsthand how much I care about every single person in this room's success. I think if we have a problem with people feeling like they're on an island, if we have a problem with people not wanting to show up, it's a culture problem. It's not an accessibility problem. We actually need to maximize accessibility. We need people to feel like they have a voice here. I've got a friend who today cannot be here because the travel was simply too much for medical reasons. These are important issues. These are issues that everybody who is impacted by them should get a voice in. For that reason, I strongly support this amendment. Thank you.
Pamela Ryder, I strongly oppose this amendment. I've been attending these bar conventions since 1992 when Jack Thieler brought me to my first bar convention and Lisa Marceau was there. We were first years and it was an incredible experience. I would have never, ever become involved in the state bar to the extent that I did had I not been voluntold I was going to the first state bar convention. I had no idea what I was going to, but I met such incredible people at that bar convention. I look around the room and I think I wouldn't know even a fourth of you had I not attended and continued to attend these bar conventions. And connection is one thing that President Richter has talked about all year, and that is so important. And this personal connection, these personal relationships that we establish cannot be made when you're appearing on a Zoom. And Jason is absolutely correct. You can be a total jerk when you are writing on a keyboard or looking at a Teams meeting. But if you've sat down at a hospitality room or you've sat beside someone at a CLE, you can't do that as easy. And the best way to encourage our people, our members, to continue to be connected is to encourage them to be here. Last year, I was also up on that stage at the last bar convention talking about mandatory CLE. And I was on the firing line, and I continued to be on the firing line because I was a person who was adamantly opposed to it at the beginning of the discussion about mandatory CLE. And as I continued to listen to the bar members that were in support of it, I was convinced, not because of all of the reasons that they suggested that we should have mandatory CLE, I was convinced by one reason. And it was because I listened to people and heard the debates and continued to engage with the bar members. And that's what I believe we need to do. And if there isn't an issue that is important, people will be here. And I'm sorry for the individuals who struggle every once in a while. And I'm sorry for Tony having to miss that one bar meeting. Your word can be heard. However, you can still speak to members who can go if for whatever reason you can't make it that particular year. So I'm adamantly opposed to this amendment. Thank you.
All right, I think we'll let Bob go. And
thank you, John. Bob Morris, Center of the Nation, Belle Fourche, South Dakota. I'm not from Isabel, but it's close. They call Belle Fourche Isabelle Fourche because everybody from Isabel now is moving to Belle Fourche. I stand up in opposition to this amendment. In 2022, this amendment was before the body. Mike, okay. In 2022, this very same amendment was before the body, and it was overwhelmingly voted down. I want to thank you for showing up, because that's what we do as professionals. We show up. Chief Justice yesterday talked about professionalism. Professionalism, part of it is showing up, having your voice heard. I appreciate Tony. I've known Tony a long time, very passionate individual. If there are individuals that cannot attend due to whatever barriers are in place, then we should have a discussion as to what those barriers are and make accommodations for those individuals who wish to show up but are unable to do so. We have been a unified bar since 1931. if I did my math right, it's like 93 years or something like that. Part of our history has been that there is a prohibition of proxy voting. A prohibition of proxy voting, in my view, establishes the policy of this bar is that you show up. Yet we are also flexible enough that if there are certain individuals that need accommodations, we can make those accommodations accordingly. If it's an affordability issue, if you're living in Harding County or in somewhere in the north central part, south central, and you're a young lawyer and you're struggling, reach out to the bar and the bar will come up with a solution to help you. If you come to Rapid City and you can't afford a hotel room, let's get together and maybe we'll find Airbnb where half a dozen of you can stay. Spread those costs. So this I think it would be a drastic move on our state bar part. And I was one of the individuals that commented, and if I offended anyone, John, with my very descriptive thoughts as to this, my apologies. But I do ask you today to not support this amendment. And again, thank you for showing up.
Thanks, Bob. I guess in terms of being offended, I think we received your comments and we attributed it to it being Bob Morris, Bob being Bob. So there, I think I can speak for the commission where we can say no offense taken.
Good morning. My name is Whitney Reed. I am an attorney here in Sioux Falls at the Minnehaha County Public Defender's Office. And I'm just going to start out and say that in 2022, I voted against this change to the bylaws. I was in private practice then. As someone who works in our largest county as a public defender, I will tell you that it is not as easy for people in the public service sector in these counties to take work off, even to come here to the one in Sioux Falls for our offices, let alone Pierre or Rapid. And it's a large part of why I am in support of that. I look around the room today and I see very few people that I work with either in my office, at the state's attorney's office, at the public advocate's office here in Sioux Falls. And there is some disenfranchisement there when we can't vote via online services because it's not as easy for us to just pick up and be gone from our office for 3 days because we have clients who sit in jail. We have obligations with court because court doesn't stop because the bar convention is going on. And I respect what everyone who's in opposition to this says because it is true. You can't sit across from a computer and know the person you're talking to. I believe in meeting with people. I grew up with a dad that had an annual meeting every year that if you wanted to vote at, you had to be present at. So I know the importance of it, but if you want everybody to feel involved in the bar, we do have to have access for those people who can't make it because they have court obligations, because they have trial next week and they have to prepare, because the public sector, the criminal defense bar, and the prosecutors are the ones who have the majority of the trials in all of the counties across the state. I would bet you anything, especially here in Minnehaha County. We are a busy courthouse. We have trials, we have trial lists and deadlines. I am putting off those deadlines until as late as I can today to be here because I care very much about being a member of the bar. That said, I think there are also things that when we're talking about not having proxy voting, we're a self-policing profession. We have to take it upon ourselves to be honest. So if we don't allow proxy voting, it's kind of like golf. When you're playing golf, everyone's trusting you to be honest about the strokes you take and what your score is. And if someone cheats at golf, that's something I was always taught by my parents, you never forget. You don't trust that person down the road. It's on you as the attorney to make sure you're not voting by proxy, not having your secretary vote for you, that if you care that deeply, whether you can be in person or via Zoom, that you are paying attention and voting. That's on you as the attorney, just like every other aspect of our profession is. And so keeping people out of these meetings because you're concerned about that, or because you think the face-to-face is important, I understand it, but we shouldn't be limiting who can be here, because when you look around the room today, and I would encourage you to do so, there's lots of empty chairs. But there's a lot of people that go to the social functions, that come to the other CLEs, that aren't at the business meeting, and they should be here. I agree with that. But they're not. But if they could be here via Zoom and then vote, would they be? I think it's worth thinking about. It's worth considering, because the world is changing. People's obligations are changing, and it's important to take that into consideration. So I am adamantly in favor of changing the bylaws, and I would ask you to take that into consideration before voting on that today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Whitney. All right, we got Lisa, and we got more. Oh, Lisa's holding the microphone.
I was going to speak.
Oh, you're going to speak, okay. All right, go for it, Lisa.
Okay. Good morning, Lisa Marceau. Again, wasn't scripted. I was going to say what Bob Morris was going to say, so I didn't want to just sit down and have people wonder why I sat down. I have done ADA disability accommodations for 30 years. I fully believe this bar can find a solution for those individuals who have some type of disability, some health condition, and can't attend a particular meeting so that their opinion can be heard. This is not the majority of what this remote voting is about. We can come back to this organization and address that issue later, I believe. Relative to the issue that was just raised by those that are working right now, I would say everybody in this room will be working at night, will be working over the weekend. We all make this a priority. I will go home. I worked every night this week. I will work all weekend because I have stuff to do. We all have deadlines. I fully respect our public sector employees, but I also know that those supervisors, when requested, the judiciary, when requested, where there's an attorney in public sector who says, I want to go participate in this business meeting vote, are going to excuse, are going to extend deadlines. That's what collegiality is about. You go to the other side and say, I need to show up for this vote. Can we move that deadline? Civility is what Heather Lammer-Bogard, her whole presidency was about. I fully believe we will continue to have civility, and people in public sector who have deadlines, the private bar who all have deadlines, we're going to continue to be able to have people show up when they want to show up to engage in the dialogue. My second point is I do not believe you fully understand the issues unless you're here. Everybody is sitting here looking at the speakers, listening to those who have the microphone. When you are sitting behind a computer, you are not actively engaging in the dialogue that is going on in that meeting. There might be one or two or a very small percentage that are listening, but for the majority, and we've all done that when you're in a meeting and you're on Zoom or you're on the phone, you are not actively listening to what is going on and engaging and then making an informed decision. So I believe to make an informed decision, showing up is important. And I do not support this amendment. Regardless, I appreciate that we can have surveys. Surveys are out there, we can gather some information, but I don't think it dictates what should be done relative to very important topics with our bars. I think you need to show up and speak and listen and vote. Thank you.
So I remember as a young attorney being excited to make the trip to Rapid City or Pierre, Aberdeen for the bar conventions. And then as an older attorney, knowing that I can't make those trips because of family commitments. When it's in Sioux Falls, I make the trip. Other times I do, but it doesn't always work. The change that we're being asked to make is a change to the bylaws. If it doesn't work, we can fix it later. We can try this for a year. This room overwhelmingly rejected this proposal previously, but this room is filled with people that are not benefiting from the change that we're being asked to make. This room is filled with the people that are able to make this commitment. And this room, if it doesn't honor the collegiality of those outside of the room, will continue to make the same choice. It's a bylaw. Let's try it for a year. If it doesn't work, we can go back. I understand Jason Sutton's thoughts about stuffing the ballot box, but Jason, if you were my law partner, I wouldn't vote for anything that you suggested unless I believed in it. And I would not let my secretary vote for me. I think we need to respect the integrity of the people that are not in this room, that they will not do that either. We can try this for a year. The world has shifted. I would have never thought that my paralegal could live in Montana and commute by Zoom. The world has shifted. I sat next to my law partner presenting the first oral arguments in front of the South Dakota Supreme Court via Zoom. That was an experience. I told the court at the end of that I didn't think that made any sense in the future. I think being in the room in front of the justices and responding is necessary for that high, that important of an event. But this is a business meeting. I learned so much in the first hour and a half of this meeting and thought to myself, I wish that other people could hear this. I don't know how to communicate everything that I just heard this morning. Watching on a screen from Murdo would be just as effective as learning all the things that I learned this morning. Let's try this for 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. I have been a member of the bar for 3 years now. I'm a proud graduate of the USD Knudsen School of Law. And COVID hit my 1L year. And I don't know about any of you and your law school experience, but we went to Zoom, and that law school rallied, and we were out of classes for an extra week, and we were all attentive online for that spring semester of 2020, and then we came back in a hybrid sense. My 2L year, and it really wasn't starting to get normal, if it ever could be considered normal, until 3L year. And then I went out to practice. And I thought, wow, this is such a vibrant bar. All of my engagement with the bar during law school and shortly after was digitally. And it wasn't until recently that I was physically present at bar events. And it continues to be, even though I live in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and I'm a practicing attorney here, I have 2 young children. Travel is restrictive. I'm a public servant, and so that also adds to it, but I am here, and I would ask you to vote in favor of this bylaw change. And to consider the people that are not in this room, and to consider the young professionals that are part of this bar, that want to engage with this bar, that need the new methods that we have available to engage. And I'm a firm believer in different phases of your life, right? My 2 young children, I'm running around to daycares and getting them to activities. And I know many of you also have teenagers. There is going to be a time where I fully suspect that I will be more engaged in this bar and serve potentially in a leadership position. Now is not that time, and I would like to, until that time, be fully engaged. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Robert Nelson from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. With all due respect to Bob Morris, our esteemed colleague, I'm not aware of any accommodation or exemption allowed under the ADA for someone that just says, hey, my schedule won't allow it, or my family commitments won't allow it to be there. One thing I've not heard brought up yet in the debate today is what happens when we get to the year, maybe not next year, maybe not the year after that, but what happens when we get to a year for this meeting when we don't have a quorum? we don't have enough people here to take action on the bar, do we just cancel the business meeting and not do the business of the bar that year? For those that are concerned about security, I mean, you see it all over the place. Multi-factor, even just two-factor authorization requiring a text or a code number sent to the attorney's phone, and then they text it back in, is going to eliminate 90-some% of any concern of fraud. And I might be the outlier in this room where, hey, it's a great day if I forgot my cell phone at home. I'm without it. But I don't think most people would be willing to hand their cell phone off to their paralegal or their secretary and say, hey, there's a business meeting for the bar today. You know, you got to dial in on my cell phone and make this vote. I've got a classmate that would be here at this meeting today, but he's in chemo this week. There's a lot of reasons people can't be here, whether it's medical, which would be an AD exception, but when you're going through chemo or medical treatment, who's going to think about that in advance to do? I think there's enough security we can provide where you can get a membership to attend and you can get more people involved. Yesterday, there was a hour and a half, 2-hour program on empathy. This morning, we've got all these programs about how much more can we do, whether it's an active program or a pilot program where we're trying to increase access to clients and to the public. But yet, when we look at our own people, we're not trying to do that. I'd ask that you vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, so after checking with the parliamentarian, a motion to table is non-debatable, but if we do want to have a full and frank discussion, I mean, we do have limited members here when you look at the overall spectrum to the entire bar, and I think people are bringing new issues forward, so we're not getting redundant at this point. So, yep. I guess technically it is in order, but I guess my preference would be to continue the discussion and let people have their voice. And maybe what we can do is have maybe make one or two more comments. Yep, understood. I think with the other amendments, we anticipate those will go by rather quickly. So we'll go with a couple more comments, and I think most everybody has their mind made up one way or the other, but we'll go from there. But one of the themes this year that I have tried to push as president is to make sure everybody does have their voice heard. And I know some commissioners probably are cringing a little bit because I kept saying, hey, we're going to be done at noon or whatever, but made sure to ask everybody each meeting, is there anything else that needs to be said? So we'll keep that pattern for now, so thank you.
Hi, my name is Tara Johnson, and I'm an attorney here in Sioux Falls. I would be one of the people who's being disenfranchised. Up until June 1st, I was not allowed by my boss to come. I would have been engaged if this meeting was online. I would have paid attention, I would have voted, I would do my due diligence, I would do all of the things. The only reason I'm here today is because I got a new boss who thinks this is a priority. And guess what? It's not just the public servants. Attorneys work at places other than a law firm. They work at other places than the courthouse. I work for a company. If I'm here and I didn't have a supportive boss, I would have to take 3 days of PTO, and I don't get that much PTO. I didn't get that much PTO at my last company. So that 3 days is a big deal. There's a lot of people who are in my boat. We don't all work in firms. We don't all work for a judge. We don't all work in what you guys think is a traditional attorney role. I support my company in a lot of different ways. I read regulations every single day. I'm an attorney just like you, but I need Zoom. That's how we do our business in the corporate world. We do votes, we do all sorts of business. If I can do a court hearing via Zoom and pay attention, and a judge can make rulings, how can we say that, oh, we can't possibly vote for business? We can't possibly vote on this. If you want younger attorneys engaged, you have to embrace technology. They are used to it. They are light years ahead of where I am. Please think about it. Look around this room. I know what my bar number is. There's a lot of butts that aren't in these seats. And it's not necessarily because they don't want to be engaged. They do, but they need the opportunity. And this is a step in the right direction. Please think about that.
Good morning, Beth Overmo. Thank you, Bob, for standing down on your motion to table. I just have a couple of things to say that haven't already been said. I really appreciate the discussion so far. But when reviewing whether electronic voting, balloting was something that was happening across the country, I did a little research on our integrated bars and our friends and neighbors in other states. There are about 30 to 31 integrated bars throughout the country, and more than 20 of them have virtual voting available. So this is something that's been embraced by over half of our mandatory bar partners across the country. They also have specific platforms that allow for the safety of the use and being able to make sure that it's secure. A couple of close partners, I mean, Texas is one, but how many members do they have, right? I think they have 120,000 or so members. But Montana allows for virtual voting. So we've got a lot of close partners that are also a mandatory bar that allow for this. And so I think it's a good move. I think it's great for us to be able to invite people to the table that can't make the meeting. And so I hope you also will support this change.
All right, thank you, Beth.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olivia Edoff. I have been at Bangs McCullen for about 1.5 years, so I'm a fairly young attorney. I don't have a terribly strong opinion on this amendment, but I've been listening to everybody's comments. And one thing I would like to say is I don't think that the idea that you're going to force young attorneys to be more involved by making them be at this business meeting is a realistic expectation. If you attended the CLEs and the other events this week, I think we can all agree that the proportion of filled chairs at those events versus the filled chairs at this business meeting indicates that people can choose to be at those events and they chose not to be here at this business meeting. And if you were at the business meeting last year, I think you can also determine that people chose to come to that business meeting to vote that did not attend other events, and as soon as they were done voting, they left. So you're not gonna force people to go to the events that they didn't want to go to. You're not gonna force them to come to the business meeting and be involved in one thing versus another, because if they aren't here, that pressure is there and they're choosing to allocate their time as best they can. I think in terms of whether or not we can all pay attention via Zoom whether or not we can absorb information that way. Well, I think probably everybody in here has already done that. I think that we all expect judges to do that already. If you don't think that, then I encourage you to go sit in on a criminal docket, because judges are doing it already every single day. They are determining whether or not people get to sit in jail longer or be released that day, and they look at them via Zoom. They are looking at the attorneys sitting by their clients in jail, because the attorneys often go over to jail to make their bond arguments so that they can speak with their clients. If you represent juvenile clients, the juvies are often not brought over to the judge to see them face-to-face for detention hearings. So the ones that are in juvenile detention centers are looking at the judge via Zoom. If you're in Arise, it's a phone call, so you don't actually see the judge. The judge is not looking at that juvenile. These are decisions that judges are making every day in this type of a format. I think that us attorneys hopefully have the integrity to not have somebody else vote for us. We are making representations to judges every day based on our word and our integrity. So again, I don't have a terribly strong opinion on the amendment, but I think we're already doing all of these things. And I think there are a lot of people who can't be here and can't speak and say those things for themselves. And I really hope that all of us have the compassion to take their challenges into consideration when we're thinking about these things. Thank you.
Yep, we're moving on. Yep, that's exactly what we were going to do. We didn't see anybody else standing up at that point. Okay, so I think we've had some very thorough discussion here. It's much appreciated. Again, you know, with those who responded to the survey and those who shared their opinions today, it's kind of about having the voice heard, having it considered, and, you know, if things change, you know, you can reconsider it again later. So without further ado, maybe what we'll do is we'll start with a probably a voice vote. Seeing the dichotomy of, you know, opinions here and how it's been about 50-50, instead of doing the voice vote, since I know some of you are a little bit louder than others, let's do a standing vote, and then let's say all, well, first of all, maybe we remove, are there any law students here right now, or? Okay, so maybe the law students can just stay seated. We'll take all in favor, can go to Tracy's side, and then all opposed over to Carrie's side. Or stand. Oh, just stand. Okay, oh, okay, so we got counters, okay. Okay, so all in favor stand. Oh, the motion is to approve the amendments to the bylaws as presented. Okay. Now, I guess for those opposed, if you'd take a moment to stand. All right, you may be seated. Okay, so final results, it looks like there's 104 in attendance, or 106 in attendance. We've got 35 in favor and 71 against. So I would say the motion fails. We'll continue on. All right, next up on stage, we've got John Burke. Oh, sorry, rules of evidence.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matt Murphy. I'm the the chair of the Evidence Committee for the South Dakota State Bar. With me is Professor Laura Rose. She is the vice chair. With me is Professor Laura Rose. She is the vice chair. Sorry about that. Every year we review the rules of evidence as they exist in South Dakota. We also review all the South Dakota Supreme Court cases that come down, and we otherwise monitor what's going on kind of in the landscape of the rules of evidence. Starting back in, I think, 2016, we updated our rules to track with the federal rules for a variety of reasons. It's been a pretty successful endeavor as far as the Evidence Committee is concerned, and the commentary that we've received back from the bar has been positive. The work does not stop, though, because the feds continue to update their rules every year or two, so we continue to follow along, and that's what we've presented you here with today. There's 4 rule changes that we're proposing be made to update our South Dakota rules of evidence to track the federal rules. Last year, we pushed for Rule 702 to be changed, and that was adopted by the South Dakota Supreme Court and put in place, I think, April 1st, 2026. These 4 rules would be on the same timeline. For those of you who don't know, the process looks like is we vote on it today to see if the bar stands behind it, and then it gets ultimately presented to the South Dakota Supreme Court at some future date of their choosing, and then they make the final determination. So what we would be doing here today is going through each of these 4 rules. We'll go one by one, take a vote, and then make a determination on if the bar is in support of what our Evidence Committee is proposing. So I will start here with SDCL 1919-106. Sorry if I'm not looking at you. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm gonna have to look up here at the board to make sure I'm saying it right. Oh, thank you. So 1919-106, prior to the federal rules being changed a couple years ago, tracked verbatim the old Federal Rule of Evidence 106. Now the Federal Rule of Evidence 106 has been updated to remove the 2 stricken portions and then add the final phrase relating to hearsay. The governing standard under this rule is still leaving the trial court judge with discretion to allow this type of evidence to be presented if a misimpression has been created. So that doesn't really change the substance of the rule. The Federal Rule of Evidence Committee that made this recommendation suggested striking the a writing or recording portion because there are other things under the rules of evidence that are considered a statement that are not necessarily in writing or recorded. The hearsay portion at the end was added because there was some friction in the federal courts on whether or not this corrective statement would be subject to a hearsay objection. This rule clarifies that, with the caveat still being that the trial court and the trial judge has discretion under this rule that in fairness ought to be considered at the same time. So the trial judge retains that discretion and can make a decision on if fairness dictates presenting the remainder of that statement in light of what the hearsay objection would have been. And the federal committee also determined that if you are the party presenting this evidence, you've more or less opened the door to that potential hearsay evidence. So with all that being said, I guess I would make the motion, or do I need to open it up? I'm not as familiar with my parliamentary rules as maybe the rest of you. So open it up for discussion. So I'll open it up for discussion if anyone has. Okay. I'll make the motion that we adopt SDCL 1919-106 or amend SDCL 1919-106 into the form we've got here so that it tracks current Federal Rule of Evidence 106. Do I have a second? Now open up for discussion? Now I'll open up for discussion.
Can you restate your question? It's mostly just a question. If you're striking writing or recorded in the rule, why are you keeping it in the title of the section?
That's a good question. The feds left it that way, and I don't know if they thought through that portion, to be honest with you, because it's a, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could adjust it if you would like to make an amendment to state something such as remainder of statement. We all know, I guess, the title of a statute or a rule of evidence doesn't dictate the interpretation. It is the substance of the rule that dictates the interpretation. So I don't have concern leaving it the way it is. That'd be my response. But I don't know why the feds did that. And it may have been a mistake on their part. Any other well thought out questions?
I just have one question is, my only reservation is with the last sentence, because I realize that whether it's writing and recording or whether it's a statement, that different judges or different adverse parties may have different positions on how big the statement is. And I would have serious reservations that if there was the expansive view of statement, that you would be allowing things that were in violation of the hearsay rule, and being unable to object to that, that would seem to be problematic. But maybe there's an explanation that you can give of why it's practical to be in there.
I think the way the committee looked at it and the way I'd look at it as an advocate is, and I tried to highlight this, the trial judge maintains discretion to allow things in for purposes of, and I'll look back at the rule, fairness. And so it's just like the residual exception to the hearsay rule. If a statement or something else that would be considered a statement is introduced, and in the trial judge's discretionary analysis, the trial judge determines that this is half the statement or this is misleading the jury, the trial judge has the discretion to allow a certain amount of the statement that contradicts or corrects that. The extent to which that will cross into hearsay, I think it has to be kind of gatekept by the trial judge. Does that make sense? Sorry, I know you don't have the mic in front of you now. That would be my response. And I think that's the way the federal committee looked at this. And Professor Rose, you know this stuff better than me, so if you have any.
The one thing that I would add to that is this particular amendment, when we're looking at
the adverse party not being able to admit something over any hearsay objection stems primarily from criminal cases involving statements by the criminal defendant, where the state can choose which portions of the statement typically they were admitting from the defendant previously, and maybe there was a part of a clause of a sentence that goes towards incrimination, but if you include the remainder of the clause, it actually goes to exculpatory evidence. Prior to this amendment taking place in 106 at the federal system, the defense bar was left without a remedy to be able to bring that information. And so by necessity, you were having juries be misled as to what the contents of the statement was, what the purpose of the statement was. That's where most of the case law about that particular clause comes from, though I do share your concerns about we're going to throw open the doors to hearsay, and then why am I spending a month and a half teaching it when we're in the law school, right? It is necessary, however, to make sure that the fairness component comes through, and the judge serving as that gatekeeper with the discretion is going to be the thing that maintains that presence.
Thank you. Anything else?
What are we trying to fix? I mean, this rule with the writing, striking out the writing and recording. What are we trying to fix? Are we trying to, if we go to all statements, doesn't that say, if somebody makes if there's a hearsay exception, it comes in as a statement. So now we're just gonna have a bunch of oral statements competing with each other and subject to a loop of hearsay? I think the original rule was limited for a purpose to include writing or recorded statements, because writings have more significant influence over people. They say, look, this is in writing. We're not relying on somebody's memory. What statement are we trying to allow to come in under this rule that wasn't able to come in before? I just want to know what we're trying to fix.
Sure. I'd say more globally, the fix is to try to keep our rules consistent with what the federal rules are. And the overall undertaking and purpose of that was we don't have a significant amount of case law coming down every day in South Dakota that interprets all of our rules of evidence, including this one. I can't tell you off the top of my head how many times the South Dakota Supreme Court has interpreted 1919-106. But what happens when we have an evidentiary rule that's different from the federal rule is you get into a big debate about the difference between the rules and how relevant the case law is that interprets them within the federal districts versus what we have. And there's a number of other states that have their rules also track the federal rules. So it unlocks the ability to rely upon a significantly more available case law. It looks like, I see you moving around like you want to talk some more. Yeah. Go, that's fine. So is there an acute problem that's been identified that this is directed at addressing? No. Our general stance as a committee is we try to keep our rules consistent with what the federal rules are saying unless we have a good reason not to.
Okay, my comment is, we did a reconciliation with the federal rules of evidence previously, and it did make substantive changes to our law. But I think it's important to know the why is more important than the what, in my opinion, because just because the federal government did something, it doesn't mean that we should. So unless we know why we're striking this out, if we're not having a problem with this, if we don't know why the federal government has made this change, we're just gonna follow blindly, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't look to the federal government as my leader of wisdom, shall we say. So unless we know why there's a problem and what this is gonna fix, I don't think we just follow blindly.
Okay. Hold on, Dan.
If you read the comment to the federal rule change, it explains that the rationale for taking out the word recorded was because a blanket rule against unrecorded statements is unfair and prone to abuse. And so it's still within the discretion of the trial judge to evaluate each circumstance, but there are circumstances in which an unrecorded statement should probably come in under this rule, but couldn't because of the way it's worded.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Alicia Fuller at the Federal Public Defender's Office. I would encourage the passage of this. Professor Rose set forth a problem that we had where the prosecutors would pick a portion of the statement where our client maybe sort of confessed, but we couldn't get in the fact that he specifically denied or presented an alibi or did all of that. We couldn't present that without subjecting our client and putting our client on the stand, thereby forcing our clients to either not assert their right to remain silent under the Constitution or forcing them to that and be subject to cross-examination. And we all know that a lot of people don't testify for a lot of reasons. So I would encourage the passage of, or that we support this amendment.
Thank you. One more, I'll bring you the mic. If people have something to say, it's help, just come on up. We're not walking all around.
I don't have any debate. I was just going to make a motion to amend the title to be consistent with the substance, to strike writings or recorded based off the first comment. And that seems to be consistent with the rules of evidence linked on the U.S. Court's website right now.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. Do we have a second for that substitute motion? Dan Branchereau seconded. Okay, is there any discussion on that substitute motion? Yeah, it's simply changing the title so it removes the writings and recorded statements, so it's consistent with the verbiage within the proposed amendment. Yes, yep. Okay. Any discussion on that substitute motion? All right, so we'll take a vote on that motion now. So all in favor? All opposed? All right, I think motion passes.
All right, Professor Rose will talk to you about the next proposal.
They just voted on the title. Now they want to do something.
You're right. Yes. Okay, we'll call for the vote. We've got, can you shout out your name really quick? Just Eric Hansen. And Eric Rasmussen. Okay, so we'll call for the vote. Yep. Now we'll go back to, now that the amendment to the title has passed, we'll go back to the original motion. So all in favor? All opposed? All right, motion passes.
The next rule that we have is not a rule that has existed in print and in black letter law before, but had, however, been a function under under our Rule of Evidence 611, under the trial court's discretion to allow for illustrative aids to be presented to the jury to explain and to allow inferences through that. Think of the charts that you see with the levels of doubt at a criminal trial. Think of charts that go to explain how a brake system would work in a personal injury or product defect case. What is allowed under this rule now is that on a basis of a 403 balancing test, the judge can permit these to be displayed to the members of the jury over the course of the trial. They are not evidence, they are not substantive in nature. They can be taken back to the deliberation room with a limiting instruction if both parties consent or if the court orders for a good cause otherwise. And when practicable, they need to be included into the appellate record so that the appellate attorneys don't go find the trial attorneys and have bigger problems that we all have to end up dealing with. Summaries end up being admissible under 1919-106, or 1006, excuse me, to allow those presentations where we are taking a large number of bank records, for example, simplifying them down into a chart that displays the information that's present, and that becomes substantive evidence. These illustrative aids, however, allow the court to have a specific rule to point to. This stems out of a rule that came from Maine. Originally, it was part of the Maine Evidence Code, and then in December of 2024 was adopted under the Federal Rules of Evidence. Upon review by the South Dakota Evidence Committee, it is our recommendation that we update ours accordingly in order to allow for this. So I would make the motion to adopt the new 1919-107 to bring us into up-to-date status along with the federal rules.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, is there any discussion on the motion?
Professor Rose, I have a question. From your perspective, by adopting the 403 balancing test, doesn't this change essentially the standard that's used for illustrative aids, because there's no determination that it actually assists the jury ahead of time, and instead it goes the other way, and you have to prove that it's substantially prejudicial before it's not presented. So under 403, there's a threshold determination under Rule 401 of relevance, which is at play before you get to the 403 balancing analysis. Here, the illustrative aids recognizes that it essentially goes back unless the party opposing it can establish that it substantially outweighs. Maybe as a practical matter, it doesn't matter, but I think this does change the legal analysis.
So allow me to make sure that I'm being clear in what I'm stating here. The standard, if this rule is adopted, is that these illustrative aids aren't going back with the jury into the deliberation room. We've all heard that quote about the illustrative aid would be the equivalent of the witness talking to the members of the jury over again, which is not the thing that is wanted. If they are able to be presented under the 403 status initially, that's what that is governing. If we are looking at moving them back into the deliberation room, that has to be with the agreement of both parties involved, or the court is ordering so for other good cause reasons shown. So it's that slight adaptation, but you're still going to have to clear a 401 relevance standard in order to put anything in front of the members of the jury on that particular demonstrative. Or, excuse me, I want to be very clear here. I don't want to misconflate demonstrative and illustrative. The Federal Rules Commission was very specific about using illustrative and not demonstrative here. The illustrative aid is designed to show facts that have already been admitted with inferences of attorneys. A demonstrative aid is offered to demonstrate and provide proof of a disputed fact. That's the hair splitting that's happening here. So this is saying, we're going to let you have them, we're going to let you put them forward, and then we can have the other discussions as concerns taking it back to the jury room. That is a discussion that will have to come out from the case law. Right now, it hasn't developed as fully as I would like to have those answers for you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll move it to a vote now. So all in favor? All opposed? All right, motion passes.
All right. The next rule change is to 1919-615, relating to excluding witnesses from the courtroom. It looks a bit messier than it is. Largely, what the federal change did was add a section B. Before I get to that, though, I want to highlight one thing. If you'd look at subpart 5 of section A, it states a victim of a crime and his parent or guardian following the victim's testimony. This is in our rule as it stands today, and it's in our rule as it stands today because of a legislative enactment back in the mid-'80s It's remained in our rule. It's never been in the federal rule. So our current 615 tracked the old federal 615, but for that one piece. And so our recommendation here is to adjust to track the current Federal Rule of Evidence 615, but leave subpart 5 because that was a legislative prerogative to get that entered into 615. As far as B, which talks about additional orders the court may make in relation to witnesses that have been excluded from the courtroom during trial. This isn't a big change in South Dakota. Our trial judges have been, as far as we can tell from our case law research, exercising this type of discretion already to make rulings like this. There was confusion at the federal level on whether or not judges had the authority to do what this rule suggests. So within South Dakota, it's not really changing anything. So the main purpose of this rule is to continue tracking. The main purpose of this proposed change is to continue tracking the federal rules of evidence. It's not really to make a substantive change to South Dakota law. With the caveat being, we do have one different piece of this rule, which is subpart 5 to section A. With that being said, I'll make a motion to adopt the proposed SDCL 1919-615. Do I have a second? Second's been made. I'll open up for discussion.
All right. Well, I guess we'll open it for discussion. Hearing no discussion, we'll move on. And all in favor? All opposed? All right, motion passes.
The final rule that we have for you is an adjustment purely to 1919-1006C and to organize it in accordance with the way that the federal rules are organized here, which ends up showing us that when we're talking about summaries, we're talking about substantively admissible evidence that is grounded on other things that would be able to be admitted. So summary charts, graphs, things of that nature that are coming from those things, those are still admissible. Illustrative aids, however, as 1919-1006 now notes, are governed by the new 1919-107 upon passage and exceptions of that particular rule. There is no other substantive change of what it is that we're looking at here. This formalizes what is already occurring in practice based on representations by the committee members. With that, I would make the motion to go ahead and have this adopted. Do I have a second?
All right, thank you, Tara. Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment? No discussion, hearing none. We'll move to action. So all in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. All right, thank you. All right, we're 2 for 3 now, and we'll have John come up and get us back on track. So he's got the fun one.
All right. Good morning. All right. Before I jump into this, which is fairly straightforward, I want to, not sure where they went right away, but Matt Murphy and Professor Rose, I'd like to give them a short round of applause. That is the work of the committee members. It really is. That really is the work of the bar committees and how we make this thing go. And the time that it takes to run those committees, look at those federal rules, propose the amendments, it's important work. So I've chaired the Practice Rules Committee for a few years now, and I appreciated the gentleman's point in the back. I will tell you that although I will reference that this will be similar to the federal rule, I do share the sentiment and have for some time that simply because the federal rule has this, that's not simply a basis to change it. And so we're not doing that, but I did appreciate the point. So in short, 56D Okay. I didn't know if they would have the text, but if someone has it, I think it's available. We've brought some if you want to see it. But in short, 56D is in the summary judgment context, and what we found is it has language that I think many lawyers that even do civil litigation and deal with the summary judgment process aren't necessarily familiar with, and it almost never happens. Under the current rule as it's written, if the court doesn't grant all the relief requested, this is what the court is supposed to do. The court shall, if practicable, which is a little bit interesting, you must do this if it's practicable. You have to ascertain what material facts exist without substantial controversy, and then also what material facts are actually and in good faith controverted. Now, I think the court typically does that in the summary judgment process, but here's what our rule requires as written. The court shall enter an order specifying the facts that appear without controversy, including the extent to which the amount of damages or other relief is not in controversy. And what we have found is, and I think our committee was forthright about this, a number of the committee members were unfamiliar that the rule actually contemplated this, and a couple committee members had expressed the comment they had actually engaged with the court about maybe doing this, and most circuit courts do not do this. And I think at least one example was given where the court was asked to do it, and the circuit court was like, no, I'm not going to do a detail order stating all the facts that I think are uncontroverted and then just do a bunch of findings about the ones I think are still controverted. And so we looked at that, and the consensus was that first of all, these steps typically do not take place. And the experience was that not only are the circuit courts typically not doing it, most summary judgment parties aren't asking for it or contemplating it. Secondly, the committee thought that it's not that we want to do away with the process, but let's leave it within the court's discretion. And maybe tweak that language a little bit in terms of you shall do this if practicable, and if so, shall enter the order, and change it to the circuit court may do this. And so in that process, we looked at the federal counterpart, and the federal counterpart is shorter than our 5060, and says basically this: if the court does not grant all the relief requested by the motion, so in other words, if the court doesn't simply grant it and allow everything, it may enter an order stating that any material fact, including an item of damages or other relief, that is not genuinely in dispute, and treating it as established. And we also noted that by doing this, the committee felt that we didn't know that it was important to have the additional burden on the circuit court under our statute to identify each fact that was still fought about. In other words, it can enter an order saying, okay, these things have been taken away and we've got a consensus there, but was it helpful to enter an order or require the court to enter an order listing everything that the parties were still fighting about? So with that background, we took a look at the federal counterpart, and then we proposed the amendment that we did. And basically, we're in large part substituting the language, the shorter sentence from 56D on the federal side, and substituting it for what we have in 5060, but that's the genesis of the proposed amendment. So with that background, and it had wide committee support, I'd make a motion that the membership consider proposing this amendment and approving it so that it could be considered by the Supreme Court.
All right, we got Morris with a second, or I don't know. We'll give this one to Bob. Okay, any discussion on John's proposed rules? Hearing none, we'll move to action now. So all in favor? All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. So okay, I think we're on the downhill portion of our meeting now, so we'll break for a short break. We'll take let's be back at 10:10, and we'll finish the race and get things over the goal line. Or 11:10, sorry. Okay, we're going to be starting up soon. We're back to the 11:10 time frame, so we'll get this over the goal line pretty quick, and everybody can head out for lunch. All right. Well, now for the agenda item, what we're looking at is the Bar Commission. So we've got 4 vacancies up this year: 4th Circuit, 5th Circuit, at-large 7th Circuit, and at-large 2nd Circuit. So the commissioners who are vacating or going to be exiting are going to be Kim Kinney, Jerry McCabe, Amber Mulder, and Stephen Blair. And before we get into the election of new officers, just wanted to thank those outgoing officers for their service. At the outset, when you agree to step up and sign up for the commission, oftentimes you're not quite sure what you're getting into, and you do have some discussions. And the fun thing about the commission is there's a lot of policy discussion, and you get to really get to know people you normally wouldn't get a chance to interact with. And that's been my experience. And in relation to Jerry, I mean, yeah, he's a state employee. I think our contact would have been relatively limited one way or the other, but because of working on the commission, we've gotten to know each other pretty well. And the same holds true with Kim Kinney, Amber Mulder, and Steve Blair. I knew Steve and Amber fairly well, but through the commission experience, I mean, you just deal with a different set of issues and you develop a different level of friendship with people as well. And even Kim Kinney, I don't think I would cross her path regardless, one way or the other, but for being on the commission. So I wanted to thank them for showing up, for participating. And I do have to say that, in relation to this year's commissioners, everybody was very active, very engaged. I mean, in terms of looking at the attendance, they were there, they were present, they had those discussions. So thank you. So in relation to the vacancies, we've got 4 of them available. The first one, Eric John Nees from the 4th Circuit. We've got David A. Geyer from the 5th Circuit, Colleen Z., 2nd Circuit at large, and Matthew Lucklum, 7th at large. So in terms of nominations from the floor, active members may make additional nominations during the meeting, provided the nominee's name and position sought were submitted to the executive director or staff member at least 40 hours prior to the session. So at this juncture, we did not have any additional names. So to be consistent with past practice, I'd entertain a motion to accept this slate of officers, and we can get them installed and move forward to the next generation of the commission. Okay, I think I haven't heard Pamela on a motion today, so we'll give the motion to Pamela and Derek Johnson with the second. Okay, is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor? All opposed? All right, well, congratulations. And, we've got some, even right now, some fun in store going forward because, with different boards and commissions that we work for, we talked about this last year and we thought, it would be really nice to do an oath or some sort of recognition for your service. And we wanted to formalize it and give you an opportunity to be seen, to be recognized. So for those who are able to be in attendance at the July meeting, I think we're going to set up a little ceremony for those incoming commissioners and just to thank you at the outset for your service. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to Justice Myron, who has some inspirational words.
Keep getting asked to give inspirational words, and I was thinking to myself, how do you inspire a room full of overachievers? And I know you're all overachievers because you're here at a bar meeting on the last day of after all the business is done and we voted on all those. And I know you're all Class A type people. So what I want to talk to you about a little bit is regret and responsibility. My regret, our responsibilities. I studied law outside of South Dakota, and I began my practice outside South Dakota. And so when I came back to South Dakota, I had a different perception of the way the bar worked because of the states that I had previously been in. And I thought, the Supreme Court must run the bar. Well, South Dakota bar is not run by the Supreme Court, which I can tell you as a matter of fact is true. It's an entirely member-managed organization. If you sat through the meeting today, you heard about all the money that was raised and you saw the audit report. But one number that you didn't hear, which is the actual budget of the State Bar Association, which was $1.4 million, a little bit over $1.4 million this year. It's a major operation, and it's entirely run by you as members, and it's staffed almost entirely by you as members. Most of the committees are members of the association who have volunteered their time and energy and offered that as part of their being members of this bar association. We just had the election of our newest commissioners, and I congratulate them on being here. They have a fiduciary responsibility to the bar to manage that $1.4 million effectively. And you, as members of the association, have the responsibility to make sure that they do that job. It's not just a title that you hold for a very short period of time, add to your resume and move on. It's an actual fiduciary responsibility. So I thank you for stepping up and taking on that responsibility and encourage you to remember that it's a position of trust and responsibility. If you like the way the association is run, that's great. Let your voice be known. If you have issues about the way things are handled, you should talk to your commissioners and let them know how you feel about it so that it can be brought up before the membership. We had really, I thought, very thoughtful and collegial discussion this morning about the issue, particularly with remote voting. And I thought it was a healthy discussion, and it's important that we continue to do those things. Being involved is important, and it's irresponsible for you to get involved. I want to talk to you about my second misunderstanding about the bar and my role in it, and my big regret, which is my biggest regret is that I didn't become more involved in the bar when I first became a lawyer in South Dakota, and that I haven't been more involved through my entire career. Part of that is because of a misperception. I came back to South Dakota and started working for the Supreme Court. I didn't join a big law firm. I wasn't showing up in court every day representing clients. I kind of felt like I didn't really have a role in the bar, and that I didn't really have anything to offer to the bar in the form of serving as a commissioner or anything like that. And I was wrong. And if you perceive yourself that way, if you think that you do not have something that you can offer the bar in time or energy or commitment, you're wrong. You should offer yourself up. There are many ways that you can do it. If you're a young lawyer, and I'm really glad, this is my 36th year coming to the State Bar Convention, and I don't know that I've ever seen as many law students at the Bar Convention as I saw this year. And I also don't know that I've ever met as many young lawyers as I met this year. That may be just because almost everyone seems like a young lawyer to me at this point in my career, but the fact remains that I was really happy to see how many people early in their career are here. If you're a young lawyer, get involved with the Young Lawyers Association. They do some incredible work, not the least of which is engaging in civic education for young students in South Dakota, which is really important. I think that's something that has happened. You know, when I was younger, we used to have people come and talk to us all the time and spent a lot of time learning about civics, and I'm not sure it happens nearly as much as it could be now. It isn't restricted to students either. I think that we can have some more outreach in teaching people about the role of the judiciary and the role of the legal profession. And the Young Lawyers Association does some great things with that. They also have their annual boot camp and their annual nuts and bolts training that they have during the statewide swearing-in ceremony. If you're a young lawyer and you're not already engaged in that organization, you should get involved. If you are a little bit more seasoned and you're no longer eligible for the Young Lawyers Association, you can still be involved because they need people to help them with those particular events, their nuts and bolts and their boot camp. And all you have to do is grab one of the members and tell them that you want to be involved. Your time and energy would be appreciated. Hopefully some of you were here and heard Ed Evans' remarks at the awards banquet about the rule of law and independence of the judiciary. I won't repeat them all here. I thought they were very on point. Seamus Culhane also made very similar remarks yesterday at the Trial Lawyers Convention, and I think that the Young Lawyers Association is helping with that, but it's also an important thing that we should continue as the Bar Association to try to advance both of those goals. While the Supreme Court doesn't run the bar, it does have an important role in regulating the legal profession and in managing the procedural aspects of the practice of law. Every year we hold about 4 rules hearings. Some of the proposals that we had today will come before us at one of our next rules hearings, but I want to say that where most of the ideas come from for all of the rules that we consider each year, they come from bar committees. And so those are valuable contributions that are made by people who offer their time and their energy and their knowledge and experience by participating in those bar commissions. And about a couple weeks from now, usually there's an announcement that goes out offering people the opportunity to submit your name to be in any of those bar committees, and I strongly encourage you to do that. I served on a number over the years, found it very helpful, and as a member of the court, I can tell you that getting these recommendations from these particular specialty areas is very helpful to us. Last but certainly not least, you can always run for a position on the member board of bar examiners or bar commissioners. They, as I mentioned earlier, manage the association's budget and they set the bar's policies. The commission's about to undertake a search for a new executive director. And I think John will probably be announcing, or shortly they'll be announcing the search committee that will be providing some recommendations to the Bar Commission on that. Please listen for those names. There's a lot of things that have to be decided there, like exactly what we want our executive director to do for this association. And if you have ideas about that, please approach those members and offer your thoughts and ideas. Please get involved. If you think to yourself that your ideas are not important enough, or that you don't have enough time, or that you should just let someone else do that for you, you are wrong. Your time and energy would be appreciated. And so get yourself involved. I promise you, You won't regret it.
All right, thank you, Justice Myron. I think once again the court answers the call. We've had 3 mixers this year and now this one, and each time I ask the justices, can you provide some inspirational words? And nice and vague and probably don't really help them a whole lot, but each time I think they hit it out of the park. So thanks again. With that, we'll continue down the agenda. We've got the necrology report with May Pokop and the Young Lawyers Section President, and then she will also handle the Young Lawyers Section report.
We now come to the necrology, a time to pause and remember and honor those members of our profession who have passed away since our last annual meeting. Kenneth Heister Camp, Michelle Fox, Nora Kane, A. William Spirey, Mark Marshall, Frank Dwayne Brost, John Elmer Simcoe, James Romer, Robert Gregory Barton. Let's take a moment of silence. Okay. I'll transition now to the Young Lawyers Section report. While we have just taken some time to reflect on the legacy of those who came before us, the Young Lawyers Section remains focused on preparing and supporting the next generation of South Dakota young lawyers. The Young Lawyers Section had another active and successful year focused on professional development, mentorship, and building connections across the state. We held our 2 annual CLE days, the Nuts and Bolts in the fall and the Young Lawyers Boot Camp in the spring. We have found that young lawyers really appreciate this programming, which is geared towards providing practical information for newer professionals. We also continued to organize the statewide swearing-in ceremony at the Capitol in the fall, and this year we had the honor to also help with the inaugural statewide swearing-in of the Pathways graduates just last month. We continued our tradition of hosting fall and spring mixers in each circuit and providing networking opportunities for young lawyers at the Bar Convention. We also this year supported the new Bar Commissioner mixers and the Circuit Connect events. We also continued supporting USD Knutson School of Law students through orientation, the Public Interest Network auction, and care packages during their finals. Mentorship remained a cornerstone of our work through the Hageman-Morris Mentorship Coin Program, which connects new attorneys with experienced practitioners. This year, we also established the inaugural Justice Janine Kern Advocate for Young Lawyers Award in recognition of her outstanding commitment to mentoring and supporting young lawyers. Finally, on Wednesday this week, we did approve updates to clean up our organizational documents and bylaws, as well as we elected new board members. Our next year board members are as follows. President Laura Wackerly, President-elect Stephen Gamer, Secretary-Treasurer John Noyes, First Circuit Natasha Allen, Second Circuit Aaron Ballard, Third Circuit, Jacob Dawson. Fourth Circuit, Garrett Keegan. We do have a vacancy in the Fifth Circuit. Sixth Circuit, Catherine Seeley. And at-large, Callie Pospiffel. It's been an honor to serve the bar in this capacity, and I look forward to seeing the Young Lawyers Section continue to support new practitioners in our state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, May. Well, now we're to the time with one last address, so I guess I get to say some words, and then we'll turn the keys over to John. But what I wanted to do is just say thank you to the membership. It's been a year. When I decided to run for the commission, you kind of have to make the decision. Well, do you want to be the figurehead, or do you want to, try to do something and promote change and, do something that's better? How do you serve the membership? How do you act exclusively for the benefit of the membership? And I adopted that lens early on, where I wanted to make a difference. And with each thing that came up, I kind of asked myself, okay, why do we do things this way? Is there a better way? Is the way we're doing things fine? And throughout the year, we just had that discussion time and again. And I think at the outset, one of the first discussions we had was in relation to the commission dinners. I mean, the commission dinners were fine. I enjoyed them as a commissioner, but there were a few of those dinners, you kind of, you sit down at the table's stretched really wide, you get kind of planted there, and you get to sit next to like 2 people. And I'm not gonna say like, I was sitting next to like duds or anything, because I enjoyed the conversation immensely each time. But it kind of boils down to the question of, well, I had some really great conversations with those 2 people I could hear and sit next to and everything, but I felt like I was missing out. I wanted to know the rest of the commission. And, when you start thinking about it a little bit more, well, are other commissioners getting the chance to meet everybody? And what about your local circuits? Are they getting a chance to meet the leadership as well, so you can have that free flow of ideas? So what we decided to do was try something different. And what we did was essentially a mixer. And we forewent the commission dinner and said, okay, we're just gonna throw it out and see what happens. And at the outset, I thought, well, we gotta have a guest speaker. And, I had a couple ideas, but what worked was Justice Myron came to Pierre, and, well, he was in Pierre, and he came and delivered his inspirational words. And at that first mixer, what really shone to us was by bringing leadership in, the young lawyers, the commission, and having that invite open to everybody, we got a diverse group of members who normally do not interact, and you do not see them together, which was really kind of fun to see, because you see people discreetly, but you don't see them interacting together. And at that point, a couple members commented. One said, well, this has been great. I got to meet a bunch of younger, newer attorneys, and I got to reconnect with old friends. But the other one that kind of stood out to me is they came up to me afterwards and said, well, I felt generally disengaged with the bar. I haven't really been welcomed with open arms, but this event was fun, and I enjoyed it. And, I hope you have more of these. And I think at that point, after having that mixer, and, credit needs to go to Tracy for all these mixers, because you get these ideas, and it's like, hey, can we make this happen? And, just like magic, like the bar convention here, poof, it happens. And Tracy puts in a lot of work, and we do have to give her a lot of credit, because really you get this vague idea of, well, what about a mixer? What type of food do you want? And, well, I don't know, small food, and no, I'll handle it. I got it. And it just came together. And we started carrying that throughout the year, and then we went to Sioux Falls, and then all of a sudden this Supreme Court angle really makes really helps, and it brings people together. And because you have the judiciary in there with the Supreme Court, there's other judges who attended, and there's other practitioners who, again, might be a little bit more reluctant to attend some of the other events. So I think in that respect, we were able to really strengthen the bench bar relationship through those events throughout the year. And the other thing is, with all these events too, we've opened it up to law students. And those were kind of my 2 goals throughout the year, was number 1, bench bar, law students connection. And my advice for John is you're gonna have to write 12 president's messages. It's not easy, it takes a lot of time, and you end up struggling for material. But if you can get a good theme that you can relate back to time and again, it makes things a little bit easier. Because then you can kind of couch things in, okay, well, we've got connections, the theme. Okay, well, what activities are we doing? How does that relate to connect? Oh, okay, it kind of writes itself. So it makes it a little bit easier. Number 2, in relation to the bench bar relationship, we went forward and did the Circuit Connect event. And that was just kind of, again, another idea where you reach out and you say, well, what is a Judicial Liaisons Committee? I don't understand. I don't know what's going on with this committee. And so I think I reached out to Judge Means and Chief Justice Jensen, and I said, well, you know, I'm appointing the committee. What do you guys do? And they hadn't really had any projects for the last couple years. So I said, well, here's a list of things we could do, and is there anything of interest? And out of that, kind of the Circuit Connect idea, after a couple emails back and forth with Judge Means and a meeting with the Chief Justice, we were able to bring that together where, again, it reinforced the bench bar connection, but also brought in younger practitioners and introduced them not just to the judiciary, but let them learn a little bit about the court staff, and then you have a little bit more of a social afterwards. So those were really meaningful on that front. The other part is with the law students. Really enjoyed it. And again, Circuit Connect, that's another thing. You know, bar staff, you get this vague idea. They really were instrumental in helping that as well. There's two other things just really quickly. Number one, with the law school, as the public sector attorney, I got the opportunity to, well, actually as the president, I got the opportunity to speak to the 1Ls in August. And that was just such an honor and such an opportunity, and kind of had some prepared remarks because, you know, when you come into any of these positions, you know, and I heard this saying a long time ago, you know, it was from some retired AGs, but they essentially said, well, politics gets you into the position, so it's going to be, you know, Republican, Democrat, or whatever, but once you're there, you represent everybody. And, you know, I took that mindset to heart, and when I went to the law school, I came down and essentially said, okay, well, we got to come forth, we got to promote the bar. I had an idea going in, got my little speech ready to go, and I talked to Neil beforehand, and I said, well, here's what I'm thinking. What do you think? Should I go with this? And he said, well, you know, there hasn't been a lot of, we get a lot of private sector attorneys coming and talking to the law school, but we don't really hear a whole lot from the public sector section. So why don't you just share your story? And well, I've told that story a few times, so I was comfortable getting up and sharing it. But I do think, you know, just as in terms of the opportunity to add on to the fabric of the bar, because we do represent, it's not just big bar, rural practitioners, public sector, but we do represent everybody. And to promote that fabric across the board, incredibly meaningful. In addition to, you know, so that was fun, and then you do the swearing in ceremonies, and then you recently have the Pathways students who graduated, and it was fun to be a part of that. But in relation to the law school, definitely want to continue to cultivate that connection. So if people are thinking, okay, what can we do? How can we help the law school? You know, maybe this year is a good year because it's their 125th anniversary. You know, a couple things which, you know, I was able to accomplish this year was, number one, for the committees, we now have committee liaisons. Again, thanks to bar staff and then Tia Vlasman with the law school. So basically, if law students are interested in a particular committee, you know, when you look at the committees, you're dealing with a group of professional practitioners, and you can integrate them right away into the practice and let them make those meaningful connections early on. We've got that established right now. And then we also have student membership available for law students. So we're able to reach them 3 years earlier. So essentially, when you get your foot in the door at USD, you have access to bar materials, and you can start making those connections. So, you know, along those lines, you know, I guess I would just say continue to look. You know, if there's questions, if there's opportunities, just continue to ask why. Why are we doing this way? How can we make it better? And I think I'm just kind of, you know, you see the opportunities, and there's much more smarter people in this room than myself. And I think collectively, if you just develop that mindset of why, we can really make a difference for the membership. So along those lines, that's a short list of just the accomplishment side of things. And obviously, I'm not going to say, hey, you know, it was great, I accomplished everything I want. It was a short year. That mantle gets to move forward towards John, and we get to, you know, kind of take a path moving forward a little bit. I mean, there's definitely the whole attorney concept framework, which, you know, when you look at attorney wellness and all that sort of stuff, you'd like to impart that, but you only have so much time. But there are a couple, you know, final actions as president that I can, you know, share. And point to the path forward into the future. Number one, in terms of the AI committee for the UJS, typically with committee appointments, we've just kind of looked internally and said, hey, who do we know, who's available? And if you approach things, again, you go back to the why, and if you approach things that way, you end up going to the same well time and again. And there's nothing wrong going to the same well because people are very good at what they do, but you're missing out in terms of there might be other people who are willing to participate and willing to go forward. So what we did this year after a little bit of discussion was to actually just email the membership and solicit applications for the position. And you think, well, how many people have a tech background? Well, there's the one or two who we usually go to at the bar, but we got 15 people who expressed interest in the AI work group, and we only had 2 spots to fill. So we ended up going to 3 spots because they were super phenomenal. But because AI is such an important topic, just as one of my final acts as president, John and I discussed it, about 15 minutes ago, and we'll create the AI work group, or AI work group committee for the bar so that they can work, because there definitely is an interest. So those who expressed interest, they'll be appointed and we can continue down this emerging pathway. And the second one, what Justice Myron mentioned and alluded to, was we're going to be seeking an executive director spot going forward. And that's going to really guide and shape the path in terms of how we move forward as a bar, how we move forward as an organization. And I know with anything, there's a lot of different ideas, a lot of discussions, a lot of policies to consider, and just a lot of different angles because, at the end of the day, there's a lot of ways to get from point A to point B. Everybody has passion in terms of how to do it, but much like the remote voting today, you have the discussion, you sit down, you come to the table, everybody shares their ideas, you respect those ideas, you talk it through, you have a vote, make a decision, yep, this is the path we're going on, and you give it a try, and if it works, and if not, it's back to the drawing board and you try again, but you just continue on and try to continue to add value. So I think as president, if I'm, in terms of successful initiatives versus, ideas that just flail out there, I'm probably at that Mendoza line for baseball where I'm probably batting 200, but I'm always willing to share ideas and suggestions. And again, if people like them, they like them. And if they don't work at that particular time, or if there's a better way to do it, yeah, let's come back, let's talk about it, let's tweak it and go forward. But, with that said, I'm going to throw a few people under the bus here because the executive director search is an important discussion item. And again, we want to make sure everybody's voice is heard across the bar. So, there's, again, a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different thoughts and ideas. But in terms of appointing the committee, we've got Justice Myron, Judge Bobby Rank, Emily Maurice, Olivia Edoff, Tony Teasdale, Pat Getzinger, Steve Blair, Stacy Johnson, Steve Huff, and Paul Bashand. And those are the ones who are going to be primarily tasked with the serving on the committee. So if you heard any of those names and you're like, I've got ideas about this, well, I'd say reach out to them, pester them, give them your ideas. Sorry in advance, but I know everybody is just trying to make that well-informed decision. We also, the other thing too with this committee is I do have to give credit to Justice Kern because we've talked a few times and, in terms of, okay, well, what do we do now? How do we move through the transition? And she's been a bedrock of I can't speak now, of advice and a sounding board. And I think she's offered some really good ideas. And I really go back and forth with some of these things because you want to be mindful of people's time and you want to respect their knowledge and everything. And it's like, I don't want to burden because with Justice Kern, much like many of our volunteers, if you ask, they say yes. And, you want to be mindful of it. So what John and I discussed is in relation to Justice Kern, we'd like to appoint her as an ex officio or an advisory member so that she can share her experience, but then not be weighted down by having to do so much of the heavy lift. And I think her knowledge is very much appreciated too. So,
if you want to pester her as well, you can, certainly do so. I don't know if that's a good idea to advise people to pester a Supreme Court justice, but we'll live with it and go forward. But at this point, I've kind of rambled a lot, and just final kudos again in terms of this year and making things successful. There are 15 on the commission, 15 different views, 15 different experiences. I appreciate that everybody was able to bring their voice to the table, to work through things, and to just share and have that discussion. And I really do think there's been some friendships that have developed because of it. And I appreciate my time on the commission. Can't recommend enough for other people to become involved with the bar. And then also in relation to bar staff, again, you bring these vague ideas and, time and again, they just answer the call and they do a phenomenal job. So kudos to them. And with enough rambling from me in the last president's speech and message from me at this convention, we'll move on to the installation of president. So, okay. Well, John, call to leadership in any organization is not only an honor, but a challenge. The future of the State Bar of South Dakota is being entrusted to your care. You're being given the opportunity and responsibility to take an active leadership role in building a better state bar. John, as president, you will play a significant role in providing the necessary leadership skills and guidance for the State Bar of South Dakota. You have been honored by membership and elected to this office to marshal the talents and skills of its members to meet the goals and objectives of the State Bar of South Dakota. With the assistance of the President-elect, Bar Commission, sections, and committees, the President charts the State Bar's course by developing plans of action, activities, and programs. You will work closely with the State Bar staff and the Bar Commission to represent the best interests of the organization. You are, to the best of your ability, to serve as a living example of this organization's philosophies, beliefs, to uphold and support those ideals set forth in the oath of attorney and fulfill the duties of president as set forth in the bylaws of the state of South Dakota. So before I administer the oath, just wanted to take a couple personal words for John. I did not, I met John a couple times prior to his president-elect position. And, one of the more memorable ones was, I think we touched base, and when I was appointing committees, I reached out to him and said, hey, what do you think? How do we appoint committees? And what do you think of this concept about getting people involved? And what I was discussing with him was kind of the concept of, well, why don't we just open up the committees, and if people express interest, they can participate, but on the flip side, they have to accept the appointment. So if they don't accept the appointment, that gives them kind of the nice route to ask off of the committee one way or the other. And again, it's one of those ideas which you kind of just say out loud and, you kind of work through it, but, sat down and started talking to John about that, and we worked through that idea and multiple other ideas, and it just kind of went down a rabbit trail. So I really enjoyed that conversation, and I really didn't anticipate that, fast forward a year, he'd be running as president-elect. And so having had those conversations, I had the fullest confidence that as we move forward, John would be a great president-elect and a great president. And I will say, and I expressed it to him, and I've expressed it to others as well, my only regret with him is he puts the work in, he puts the time in. You only get, I feel like the bar is being shortchanged, and maybe he's gonna have to come back and serve some time, but he only did 4 months as the president-elect. And I think the bar really, his conversations this year were really instrumental, and we bridged a lot of gaps. And having him there for a full additional 8 months, that would have been cool, that would have been fun. But I have offered to him, and I'll continue to offer. I know his passion lies in security for UJS, and whatever he needs to make that vision successful next year, I'm willing to help out because I definitely see his vision and appreciate it, and look forward to assisting him where needed in the future, and hope he has the success he has the tools to be successful, and I think he's going to probably be one of the best bar presidents going forward. So, with that, John, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, John Burke, do solemnly swear to carry out the duties and responsibilities of the office to which I have been elected to the very best of my ability. You got it. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As we get near the end, thank you again for that. We're going to turn to the election of the president-elect. Pursuant to the bylaws, Donald McCarty of Brookings submitted a petition to run for president-elect. No other petitions were submitted in accordance with the bylaws. So at this time, I would invite Mike Butler, who needs no introduction, who would like to come to the stage and share a few words in support of Mr. McCarty.
Did you say just a few words? Don McCarty called me a week ago and asked if I would nominate him as president-elect. Living in Rapid City, I thought about driving 10 hours to speak for about 2 minutes. Now, normally, as we know in the practice of law, that might seem like a favorable balance. But this is a freebie. Don is a good friend, and I was honored to be asked. I'm going to give the biographical thumbnail. Don graduated law school in '96. He clerked for a year in the First Circuit. While in law school, he received the George S. Mickelson Scholarship, which was a reflection both of his academic skills, but is also his personal leadership and public service. Don graduated, or after he left the clerkship, he went to Brookings, where he still is today. He's been practicing law there as a general practitioner. And what impressed me most in my time knowing Don is he was a lawyer capable of doing many, many, many different things. Unlike myself, I had became a criminal defense lawyer. Don literally could do it all, which I think qualifies him for this position. Don importantly served in the South Dakota National Guard for over 30 years, 20 of which has been as a Judge Advocate General. 2019, he was appointed the head Judge Advocate General in South Dakota, where he remains so today as a Lieutenant Colonel. In 2010, Don went to Afghanistan, where he served a year, and during that time he was appointed United States Claims Officer, and he adjudicated property claims involving Afghani citizens against the United States. When they were successful, Don awarded damages, and they were literally paid in cash. Don received a Bronze Star for his year of service. As a member of the State Bar, Don has served as multiple terms as a bar commissioner, presently is on the Ethics Committee, and as he and I visited, once he steps down from his duties with the National Guard, he wants to commit more time to doing public service on behalf of the State Bar. I got to know Don when we became involved in representing defendants in several criminal cases over a 10-year period or so. There were significant cases. They involved a lot of time. They involved having to compartmentalize areas of the defense. And when we first started working together, we were definitely all business. We became friends, but it always remained business. Don could come to court on a Friday morning in Madison with his car fully packed and ready at the end of the day to head to Rapid City for guard duty. That's the way he was. Don has also taught military law, I believe he still does, as an adjunct professor at the University of South Dakota. Don is married to his wife Ann of over 30 years, and they have 2 adult children. And I'll give you a little bit of the very, very short private part. I do admire Don McCarty a lot. I would not have done this if I did not admire him a lot. And there's a lot to admire, none of which Don would ever pat himself on the back for. But he does deserve a pat on the back. I was very pleased that he decided to seek this position. I can assure you that he will apply his energies, talents, intelligence to being a very good and capable president of the South Dakota Bar. I therefore move to nominate Don McCarty to be president-elect of the South Dakota Bar. And do I hear a second? Eric Rasmussen has seconded the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'd ask for a vote. Voice vote, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. All right, I hereby declare Don McCarty duly elected as president-elect. Before entertaining a motion to adjourn, I only have a couple quick things. First of all, I wanted to clarify that the gala is here tonight. Social hours at 5, dinners at 6. If you want tickets, Dean Fulton would probably be the person to talk with real quick. And a reminder, the brunch and the tour of the law school is at 9:30 tomorrow morning down in Vermillion. And finally, a quick thank you. Of course, thank you to outgoing President John Richter. Also, our interim ED, Paul Bachand, who decided and was willing to step up and help us as we transition. I don't know that he's been thanked. And I also, we'll do it collectively, but I also want to thank the law students that came. I know that there were some hands that popped up, and I really think that's important, and hope you'll share that with the other law students when you go back about how it was and why it's great to be involved. And then finally, I want to thank each of you for attending and hanging around when you each have plenty of things to get back to. But anyway, I want to give yourself and these folks a round of applause for their contributions. With that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Eric Johnson moved, and Pamela Ryder second. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Same sign. We're adjourned. Thanks.